Coach, on the Ferris Bueller moment, what does it say that he's not afraid to speak up? Do you like that quality and that characteristic?
Absolutely, absolutely. All good, all good. It's the heat of the moment. It's the game. It's competitive. He's fiery, and look. We're in the business of passion. We're looking for passion, and we're looking for people that have passion for the game, not other things. And I think that it's so important to him. I loved his response, and we're on to the next play, and just, it's nothing. Business of passion. We're looking for passion, and we're looking for people that have passion.
Well done, Nelly. There's so many things that just happened in about a minute and a half that I want to talk about. First of all, yes, the Avs opener is tomorrow. Do we just get an Av? And I think there's more than one. I think there's a few of them that we got to say what that thing do. I'm sure we'll hear that throughout the course of Avs season. Who do you think that was right there, by the way? Was that Kale, you think?
It sounded Makar-esque, but yeah, I'm not sure. Who
got
that thing do? Who was that?
We got a whole bunch of Avs to drop a what that thing do. So, again, as we approach more of hockey season, you will hear more of those drops. By the way, that clip is funny, isn't it? And credit to D-Mac. D-Mac seems to get the best/worst out of Sean Payton, doesn't he? Every single question, it elicits a reaction that I would like to discuss. So, shout out D-Mac. Yes, I want guys who are passionate about football and not other things. All right.
Bingo. That's the one I wanted to see if you caught right there. Because that's absolutely a blatant shot at Russ. 110%.
Hey, Nelly, I don't know if you know this. Today, Mose Lombardi and Kane doesn't exist anymore. It's going to be Kane and Sanford now from 7 to 10 in the morning. Can you ask me how I'm enjoying the radio show? Go ahead and just ask me.
Yeah, hey, Coach. It's gonna be Sanford and Kaner for the rest of the show today. How you feeling about that?
Yeah, we're in the business of not having short Italian people on the show, and I'm not saying anything in particular. I'm just saying that Mike Sanford is not short nor Italian, and so that's the kind of show you want to be. Like it's so obvious and clear, and he can't help himself, can he? Like really can't. Where it's like, has to take the subtle dig at the thing in the past. And Sean Payton will be one to tell you all the time that the past doesn't matter in the negative. If you ask him about something that was bad that happened either before he got here or during the season last year, he's just going to be like, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Hump.
Not my hump. Or last year is a brand new team. Nothing exists from last year to this year. That's where I think they were asking him, what was it earlier this year? Oh, the defense. How they gave up 70 points after week 3 last year. After week 3 this year, the defense played really well. Is there some sort of... No, last year doesn't matter. But I'll tell you where...
No.
I'll tell you where last year in the past does matter. Look how much better I've done. That's when it does matter. Like, look at our quarterback now, the guy that I handpicked. That is my... He went to, a puppy mill, and they said, you can have any of the puppies to adopt. And he goes, that one. Do you have any dogs, Nelly? Have you done the whole adoption thing before?
I don't, but my...
Puppy mill is the wrong term, by the way. I meant like
yes.
a big, nice adoption place that take care of pets properly.
No, and actually...
A sanctuary.
I got you. I'm not a dog owner, but my girlfriend is a proud dog owner, so I'm a doggy dad.
That's typically how it starts.
I'm not a stepdad. I'm just a dad that stepped up for that little dachshund in my life.
But here's the deal. Like, we went to the first dog that we have, Josie, who I still love. That dog is wearing on me. She's wearing. We went to the sanctuary place. And it's this great place. They don't put any dogs down. They will take care of dogs until their lives end naturally. But
they're all orphan dogs.
I know, it's very ironic that he said that earlier. But it's like you go there and they have these puppies and all these dogs are up for adoption. But when they have a litter of puppies, it's kind of first come, first serve. So we get there and there's like 15, too many, like 7 or 8 puppies in this little spot. And they said, yep, any of them are available. Choose one. And you go, okay, we'll take that one. Now, in our case, the person who said that was not telling the truth. There was only one dog left, and that's the one that we got, and now that's Josie. But the point is that he had his pick of the litter, and he chose Bo Nix. And so he's pointing back to last year, and he's saying, I want people who are passionate about football and not other things. He doesn't want the celebrity quarterback. Like, and to his point, Drew Brees was not a celebrity quarterback. He became a celebrity because of his quarterbacking, which is a different story. You know, he wasn't doing the red carpet thing in Monaco for Fashion Week, and he wasn't, or Milan, or wherever Fashion Week is. You know, he wasn't at the most ritzy of Mets galas and whatever else famous people do. Yeah, not that.
It's spicy.
He wants quarterbacks who are worried about being quarterbacks. Fine.
But I also want to say I guess I'll leave in this next commercial break, because if we're not allowing short Italians for this show, that also rules me out, unfortunately. So.
Oh, Nelly, you're in the clear.
I was gonna say, only fully Italian people are affected, not half. But no, actually, I guess this is a pattern though, because do you remember we had that clip back in the offseason of Mike McGlinchey saying, "Yeah, Bo's great. He doesn't really have an ego. He doesn't feel like he needs to be, a celebrity starting quarterback in this league." The guys who survived the Russ regime are making their feelings pretty obvious.
Well, and it's always weird to me because, you know what, a lot of those guys stepped up for Russell, right? They always said nice things, and I get it. He's your teammate, he's your quarterback. You're not going to say anything publicly. But then to kind of come back and say it the other way, I don't know. It's a little bit weird. You know, at least with Sean Payton, there was no, like, splitting hairs. It was known pretty much from Jump Street that him and Russell were not vibing.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Yep. But he can get so catty when it comes to that. And look, this is what I say all the time about Sean Payton. Like, as long as he's winning, he gets all of this stuff doesn't matter. You know, it's the same thing with Deion. Winning is a pretty magical cure. And in the last 3 weeks, neither of those coaches have taken an L, and you've barely heard any criticism of those coaches, because why would you?
You're darn right I plan on winning.
All the stuff that was happening with CU and all the conversations that were going on after the Nebraska loss have dissipated, and now it's just like, hey, CU's winning football games and looking good. Maybe they got a shot at the college football playoff, like an outside shot. Okay, cool. Maybe they can win the Big 12. Who knows? Maybe they can.
I think the metric we can use is, you know how on job sites they have those signs that say, like, 0 days since last accident or whatever? Yeah. We need to keep one that's 20 days since we last brought up the forecast before a CU game.
Well,
because we spent a week talking about rain when CU was losing.
Now, to be fair, that we were just having fun with that. That wasn't criticizing him for anything.
But my point is, that's the kind of stuff you talk about when your program's in turmoil. You string 2-3 wins together. Now we're not talking about rain.
Well, exactly. And then you get to, like, the Sean Payton stuff. I remember the saltiness at press conferences after games hit a lot different when they lost than when they won. He's still been salty. Like, he still approaches that microphone looking to get into it with somebody. And again, maybe that's just his personality.
And some of the most notorious drops that we've played from Sean Payton for over a year came after a loss.
What's the question? Next question.
I mean, all of that stuff starts to dissipate the second that you start to win, and that's a good thing. So, with all that being said, they get to have the trump card right now. And guess what? Like, I know we'll break this down more as we go on throughout the week. There's a really good shot I think they can go 4-2. Like, a really good shot. There is a certain level of you've captured some momentum. You have one thing that is absolutely 1,000% reliable, which is great defensive play. And if you have that, you have the ability to win any game. It's kind of like a team. Let's say it's we got baseball highlights going on right now. Playoffs are happening. Royals just beat the Yankees last night to tie that series up 1-1. It's kind of like you got a great pitching staff and a very young, inexperienced, and inconsistent lineup. You're not going to win every game, but your pitching staff is going to allow you the opportunity to win a bunch of them. Now, you look at the line this weekend. It's 2.5 in favor of the Chargers, despite them being on the road. The over-under is 35.5. They aren't expecting a lot of points to be scored. These two defenses are two of the top defenses in the NFL. But think about what happens here if you can steal another win and you can get to 4-2. And I know the Chiefs won last night, and you know what? Fine. It doesn't matter. You were never really competing for the division anyway. But you get to a point to where you're 4-2. I mean, Broncos defense is 3rd in total yards per game defensively. Chargers defense is 5th. As far as points allowed per game, Chargers are number 1. Broncos are number 2. Like, this should be a very, very difficult defensive battle and maybe a game that's boring, but I think that suits the Broncos. They want something like that. Let's get into a dogfight. Let's go ahead and do it. And as long as we don't turn the ball over, we got a really good shot to win. Like, it's amazing how quickly things changed. You got Chargers, you got at Saints, you got Panthers. You go 2-3 during that stretch. I mean, you're a 5-3 football team heading into your toughest stretch of the season, which is Ravens Chiefs. I mean, come on, dude. Couldn't ask for anything better. So 303-504-0925, broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Like, I'm over the moon with how this season is going, both for the Buffs and the Broncos. Like, both of these teams have real opportunities. It's not 5 weeks in and we're talking about seasons being done for either team. Like, this is an unbelievably great time to be a sports fan here. Not to mention, Avs get their season puck drop Wednesday. I mean, we're going to be full-fledged in the middle of everything here before you know it. 303-504-0925. We'll do college football stock up, stock down next. We do it every week following the college football weekend, and it is college football stock up, stock down. We always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. I mean, Diego Pavia, right? Vandy QB getting the big, franchise biggest win in school history type of win over number 1 Alabama. Remember, Bama just came off an amazing win from Georgia, where they had the lead, blew the lead, and then got it immediately back and won the football game. And this kid, who I believe I heard he was recruited to Jackson State when Dion was there, he goes 16 of 20 for 252 yards and 2 touchdowns, didn't turn the ball over, also ran for 56 yards. He has 8 touchdowns and no picks on the year. Now, I want you to keep something in perspective because we always point and laugh at Vanderbilt, that they're the redheaded stepchild of the SEC and they're only there to keep the GPA up of the conference and all that different stuff. And if they went to a super conference, you'd kick Vanderbilt out. You know what Vanderbilt's done the last 2 weeks? They just beat the number 1 team in the country. And the week before this, they took the number 7 team in the country, Mizzou, to double overtime and lost by a field goal. They're playing some good football over the past couple of weeks. What's funny is they lost earlier to Georgia Southern in week 2 of this football season. So Bama beat Georgia, and then they lost to the team who lost to Georgia Southern, which is just a funny little quirk. But this kid, he plays with an attitude. He plays with an intensity. And if you're playing at Vanderbilt, you have to be mistake-free to give yourself a chance, and he's playing that way. He's playing mistake. Not to mention that. Just that quote. On-field interview after the game, you take full advantage like that. Vanderbilt's bleep and turn. He also dropped, they're like, so what did your coach say to you after the game? And he just drops one of those the Wire S-bombs where it's gives you one of those. I love the kid. I hope Vanderbilt continues to win. I think nothing would be better than Vandy just coming out of nowhere and being competitive in the SEC. Give that to me. So, Diego Pavia, stock up. Let's go quarterback, stock down. Yeah, here's the problem. Mizzou came into this season with a lot of expectation. And they got that mad scientist-looking head coach, who I can't think of his name off the top of my head right now, and I probably should. Is it Drinkowitz? Is that his name? Can you look that up for me, Nelly? Missouri's head coach?
Yeah, Eli Drinkwitz.
But their quarterback, Brady Cook, has not been having a good season, especially in games that really matter. Just told you about that double overtime win over Vandy a week ago. This weekend, they come in as the number 9 team in the country. It's the only top 25 matchup of the weekend. It's Missouri versus Texas A&M, who's number 25. Texas A&M was seen as a decent team, but not great. And Brady Cook goes 13 of 31 for 186 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. He's only got 5 touchdown passes in the last 5 weeks. They've barely eked out wins in the 2 weeks before being blown out by A&M this weekend. And Missouri just can't survive with these types of expectations with this type of quarterback play. If they want to be the elite upper crust of college football and the elite upper crust of the SEC, their quarterback needs to match Jalen Milroe. He needs to match Carson Beck. He needs to match the top guys in the conference. And 5 touchdown passes in 5 weekends won't get it done. If they aren't putting up a lot of points, they're going to be having some struggles because their defense hasn't been great this year. So Brady Cook, he gets the stock down. Let's go Big 12 team, stock up. I don't totally buy them, but you have to acknowledge what they've put together here. Texas Tech has won a lot of football games so far this season. Just got a 28-22 win in Arizona, which is not an easy place to play nor get a win. Arizona's got a really fun to watch. I don't know how great he is, but fun to watch quarterback in Noah Fafita. And Texas Tech is 5-1 now this season. Their only loss is to Wazoo in week 2. They have a pretty potent and electric offense, which you would expect from Texas Tech. I mean, they got that old sort of spread offense, light up the scoreboard, shoot out. They've been that way for a while. But through 6 weeks this year, they have 14 touchdown passes and 11 rushing touchdowns through 6 weeks. Only concern is they have a defense who has given up a bunch of points. And so if they have one of these days where the offense isn't humming, they will lose and probably lose badly. But if their offense continues to play this way, who knows? I mean, Texas Tech has had a few of these bump years before. We've all remember, the Graham Harrell, Michael Crabtree team. We remember, obviously Mahomes was there. Their offense was great. The team wasn't very good because their defense was so bad. But when they light up the scoreboard, they can beat anybody. So they're going to pose at least a problem for a bunch of Big 12 schools, including CU, about who's going to make it out on top in that conference. I do think that carriage is going to turn into a pumpkin at some point in the next couple of weeks. Texas Tech, despite having all of this good juju and good momentum happening for them right now, you always just kind of take a look at the schedule and say, okay, well, who do you have coming up, and are you able to withstand that type of stuff? They're undefeated in conference play right now, 3-0. They played Arizona State, Cincinnati, and Arizona. Coming up, they have Baylor, at TCU, and at Iowa State, and they close out the year with CU at Oklahoma State in West Virginia. So it's not like they're facing the elite of the elite in the Big 12. They don't have a Kansas State on the schedule. Iowa State's going to be very difficult, but they don't have Utah. The biggest problems and impediments that they have in front of them right now is Iowa State and CU. So if CU can be the one that kind of slams them back into the dirt, especially after they get beat up a little bit from a physical Iowa State team, that's ideal. But for the moment, Texas Tech playing good football. 5-1, 3-0 in conference play. Good for them. Let's go Big 12 team stock down. Yeah, this was a team with high expectation. And started the year the way I think you would think, 3-0. Since then, they've lost 3 straight, and that's Oklahoma State. Now, tough games that they've had. This is about as tough of a stretch as you can have in the Big 12. You go Utah, Kansas State, West Virginia, and now this weekend they go at BYU, who's number 14 in the country. They have a lot of issues. And the issue is this. Their all-world running back, who is in conversations to be in the Heisman talks at the end of this year, Ollie Gordon, hasn't run the football well. I don't know if this is an Ollie Gordon thing, if this is an offensive line thing, but Ollie Gordon last year ran for 1,700 yards and 21 touchdowns at 6 yards a carry. This season, through now 6 weeks, he's got 384 yards, and he's averaging 3.8 per carry. It's very obvious. If they can't run the football, their offense becomes stagnant, one-dimensional, and turnover-prone. Alan Bowman, who is the quarterback for them, has thrown 8 interceptions already this season. Now, Alan Bowman is one of these guys. He's like a 7-year starter now. He played 3 years at Texas Tech, transferred to Michigan for 2 years, and has been the quarterback for Oklahoma State for the last 2 seasons. A 7th-year guy with 8 interceptions through 6 weeks is the exact opposite of what you'd expect, that he's a veteran guy, takes care of the football, and doesn't make mistakes, and yet here they are. I don't think Oklahoma State is going to get any better for them. They just lost 38-14 last week to West Virginia. I think they're going to have some problems trying to keep that together. Like, I think they make a bowl game, but I think that's the extent of where their season's going to go. So Oklahoma State gets a stock down. Let's go national team stock up. Could go a lot of different directions for both stock up, stock down nationally, but I'm going to take Indiana here. Just throw out a word to the wise. Indiana, who just beat Northwestern 41-24. If you're looking for a team that puts up some points, let me give you Indiana's last 5 weeks of scoring offense. 77 points, 42, 52, 42, and 41. That's a team that scores. And in the Big 12, Big 10, you score some points, you're going to keep yourself at least in these games. Their offense is legit. They face their biggest test of the year so far, taking on Nebraska this weekend. If they can get by Nebraska, then you have to start taking Indiana seriously. But the Hoosiers got something rolling, at least on offense. Haven't been super tested as far as their schedule so far this year. But like I said, if you're capable of doing that consistently, putting up that point total over and over and over again, then who the hell knows? They're 3-0 so far in conference play in the Big Ten. They've beaten UCLA, Maryland, and Northwestern. Not exactly the elite of that conference, but we'll get to know in a hurry. The rest of their schedule is Nebraska and Washington both at home the next 2 weeks. They go on the road to Michigan State. They close out the year Michigan, Ohio State, and Purdue. Like I said, you get through Nebraska, you got to start taking them seriously. They'll be 7-0 and 4-0 in the Big Ten. They're fun to watch. If you flip over and you see Indiana's playing, give it a couple of minutes and watch some good offensive football. National team stock down. Like I said, could go a million different directions. There were upsets everywhere this past weekend. But I'm going to give it to USC for this reason. So they lose 24-17 to Minnesota. They've lost 2 of their last 3, and now they have a lot to prove. Remember, earlier this year, USC kind of burst onto the scene with a big win in week 1 over LSU and a great game. They follow that up with a win over Utah State, and then they go to the big house at Michigan, and they lose 27-24. And now with this loss to Minnesota, they're 1-2 already in Big Ten conference play. And what do they have this weekend? Oh, ho-hum, just a game against the number 4 team in the country, Penn State. If they lose to Penn State, this season could go off the rails in a hurry. And that's still to mention they got at Washington, they play Nebraska, and they finished the year against Notre Dame. It's a lot of tough games coming up for them. They need to find a way to get a big win with a marquee name, and it's got to come this weekend against Penn State. But USC is one of many options that you could go national team stock down. Let's go Heisman stock up. Whether it's college football stock up or NFL stock up, stock down, I don't like to do things in back-to-back weeks. I like to change it up and get a new flavor for these categories, but I can't help myself, man. Ashton Jonty, what he's doing is remarkable. I had him in this stock up last week, and his stock rose even more in my book. Like, I think this is now, if you're a quarterback in college football, I think you're eliminated from the discussion. I think this is already, we're barely halfway into the college football season, and I think the Heisman's between him and Travis Hunter. Because what they're doing is historic on both of these levels. And Ashton Jonty last week, 13 carries for 186 yards and 3 touchdowns, and he was pulled at halftime. Could have put up 350 if he wanted to. He already has over 1,000 yards this season. Like, the way that he's been playing, and I want to make sure I got these numbers right, because they are remarkable. So on the year, 95 carries, 1,031 yards, 16 touchdowns. He's averaging 11 yards per carry. Averaging. His worst game of the season through 5 weeks has been the Portland State game, in which he got pulled at in like a quarter and a half, and he had 11 carries for 127 yards. You just can't tackle the guy. He's had a 267-yard game, 192, 127, 259, 186. Like, it's historic what this guy is doing. And as Boise State gets more and more into the meat of their schedule, it's still a Mountain West schedule, but UNLV, they got them in a couple of weeks. San Diego State in a couple of weeks. Perhaps this will start to slow down, but if it doesn't, I don't know how you can't give this trophy to him. Heisman stock down. It's going to be Jalen Milroe, partly because of the loss and partly because of what I just stated. I don't think this is a quarterback's award this year. No. Jalen Milroe. Well, it applies to him too. But I don't think this is a quarterback award. This is Ashton Jonty. This is Travis Hunter. One of those two guys I think is going to win it. And I think if you're going to be a quarterback who puts his name in the conversation, you're going to have to be damn near perfect this year, and that Vandy loss is going to stick out like a sore thumb. Not to say it's his fault or anything like that, but just by happenstance of how good the others are this year, you have to be on the top of your game every single week, and a loss to Vanderbilt does not help your case. Had an interception and a fumble in that Vandy game, which were very costly. I think that stuff's going to matter at the end of the year. Jalen Milroe gets the stock down, and then upset of the week.
Boys ass.
Take your pick. But it's Vandy. I mean, it was the coolest game of the weekend. Vanderbilt upsetting Bama in Vandy for the first time in 23 years, I think, beating Alabama. Just a super cool story. And by far, biggest upset of the weekend. Unranked takes down number 1 in the country. Hell yeah. So that is college football stock up, stock down. We do it every week following the college football weekend.
By the way, at some point today, did you hear there was a Bama fan who went on Mosher's Boys show, Paul Feinbaum, and he ranted for about 5 minutes about how horrible the Bama loss to Vandy was?
I didn't hear this.
Oh yeah,
You said 5 minutes worth?
yeah. Oh, and as the youth would say, they just let him cook. Feinbaum just sat back and laughed and let him go, and this guy just laid out basically every single coach and quarterback in Bama history that didn't lose to Vandy, no matter how bad they were elsewhere. It's incredible. I got to find a chunk for you.
Well, here's the other thing, too. Between that and then what Schefter told us yesterday, that he had a buddy who's a Jets fan, and he said his dad, who is he's older guy, I guess not in the greatest of health, was so downtrodden after the Broncos loss the Jets had that he texted Schefter and said, "Can you please tell Adam to call me and just tell me it's going to be okay?" And the answer is, it's not going to be okay. I'm sorry. But you're a Jets fan. You should be used to this by now. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. All right, reminder to you guys, tomorrow's the Avs season opener against Vegas with 8 o'clock puck drop. We'll have Bednar tomorrow at 8:30. Little time change over in Vegas. So wait, is Vegas always Pacific time, or is that one of those we kind of like jump from mountain to Pacific and blah, blah, blah?
No, they're always Pacific, but they're not like Arizona where they actually observe daylight savings time, but they are in the Pacific time zone.
Yeah. So we're going to have Bednar at 8:30 tomorrow, and we're going to be out at Joe Willie's like all night tomorrow night, starting at 6 o'clock. So Joe Willie's on Broadway. We got a watch party out there. Between the pipes, all that stuff going to be happening. So be sure to stop by and say hi to them if you want a little company as you watch that season opener against Vegas. Couple of details here. Number one, there was a great question that was asked by Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday. We'll get the audio a little bit later in the show. But I've never understood people when a season starts and you have some idea, some semblance of what your team is, then you get a decent enough sample size. Like 5 games is not a small sample size for the Broncos. It's not. You get a decent sample size. And I think it's healthy to reevaluate what you think this team is and what they're capable of. So they asked the question, what are the new expectations for the Broncos? And I think it's a fantastic question. And one that, honestly, I don't even know if I have an answer for right now. Like, I feel like I'm just riding the high and riding the wave. And I don't want to ruin it by putting something maybe too lofty on the table. Like, I think if I were to come out here with the Broncos 3-2 and say, I expect a playoff spot, I think that's way too much. Still. They got a couple of really tough games. Still got the Chiefs twice. Still got the Chargers twice. Still got that game at Baltimore. They still got a lot of tough ones coming up. But it's certainly changed in this manner. I have an expectation that you're competitive every week. That's what's changed for me. And if you have the expectation of being competitive every week, that means that you should be a team that's hovering around 500 towards the end of the year. Like going into the season, I thought like a 5-6 win season sounded right. And obviously that number is going to change. I wouldn't be surprised if they could sneak their way into a wild card spot. Hell, if the season ended today, they are the 6th seed in the AFC. And maybe that's changed after last night. So if the season were to end today, yes, the Broncos are the 6th seed. Division winners are the Chiefs, Texans, Ravens, and Bills. The Steelers would get the first playoff spot, winning the tiebreaker over Denver from earlier in the year, and then they would get that number 6. But you are one, think about it this way. You are one of 6 teams in the entire AFC that has a record above 500 right now. Everybody else is sub 500 with the exception of the Chargers, who are 2-2. Jets 2-3, Raiders 2-3, Dolphins 2-3, Colts 2-3, Tennessee 1-3. Everybody else 1-4. NFC is a lot different. NFC has 9 teams who are over 500 at the current moment. Just feels like they're a little bit more stacked talent-wise in the NFC, and that's pretty big contrast from years past. But that's kind of the point. Is you look around the AFC and it's like, how many really great teams exist in that conference right now? Chiefs are unbeaten. Now, I still am very weirded out with the Chiefs offense because I know this happened last year, so I'm not going to be too over the top about this, but we're 5 weeks into the season and Patrick Mahomes has 6 touchdowns and 6 picks. Just a weird thing to say out loud. You know, Houston is 4-1, but Houston hasn't looked stellar really at all this season. Like eking out victories against the Colts and the Bears earlier this year. They get their doors blown off by the Vikings. They barely squeak out a victory against the Jags. It's a good win against the Bills, 23-20, but still, they haven't been dominant really all year long. Baltimore leads the AFC North with a 3-2 record. They're Jekyll and Hyde. They're super good or super bad. And the Bills now, after having a great start to the season, have lost their last 2 with a blowout loss to the Ravens and then a loss at Houston. And then they go on to play a really desperate Jets team in New York this next weekend. I don't know who the really great, outstanding teams are in the AFC, which is great news for the Broncos. Texter says, I expect the Broncos will not get Travis Hunter. I think that's a pretty safe bet. You are not going to be as bad as Carolina. You are not going to be as bad as New England. You're not going to be as bad as Cleveland, or Tennessee. All those are out the window now. Yeah, Travis Hunter, unless you feel like giving up multiple firsts to move up in the draft, nah, that's not going to happen. But think about this. Expectations now, for me anyway, I think it's no matter what happens this season, they are firmly in that playoff graphic until the season ends. It's a very vague way to put it, but it just means you're in contention the entire year. There shouldn't be a moment this season in which you believe the Broncos don't have a shot at making the playoffs. And if things continue to trend in this direction where the other teams look the way that they do, and the Broncos are still doing that good defense, not turning the ball over thing, you very easily could be in a wild card spot. And how amazing would that be for year one with a new quarterback? But I think expectations have to change from where you started at the beginning of the year. Expectations are changing for a lot of people, including the Raiders. And I don't know if they're totally bought in on the Antonio Pierce stuff or if they will be by the end of the year. But there was something funny about what Antonio Pierce said yesterday. He was asked about Davante Adams, and he said this.
Tony, what's the latest with Davante? And I know it's kind of the elephant in the room, but from your perspective as the coach of the organization, where did he kind of go sideways with him?
I don't know. I think I got to ask Davante that.
What is the latest, though, with that situation?
The status quo.
He was good?
Good. All right. Thank you, guys.
So the question asked to Antonio Pierce was a pretty simple one. And it was about Davante Adams. And he said, what is the status of the trade situation? Antonio Pierce says, I don't know where things went wrong. You got to ask Davante that. Here's what I don't like about what Pierce is doing. Why is he acting like he's an innocent bystander in all of this? Didn't some of this start to really pop off when he was liking Instagram comments about different area codes for Davante Adams to live in, right? Wasn't that a part of this discussion?
Yeah, or one of these NFL aggregators posted on Instagram that Davante Adams was looking potentially for other destinations, and Antonio Pierce liked it.
You're an active party to this, man. Not to mention you're the head coach. You're responsible for making sure that players are comfortable in their given situations. And there's been a lot of changes within that organization over the past couple of years. Now, most of those are not on Antonio Pierce, but you cannot act like you don't have some sort of hand in this entire thing, because you do. And I don't like him just kind of brushing it off I don't know, man. I guess you got to ask Davante on that one because I have no idea where things went wrong. Well, you have some idea of it. Tell me you guys haven't talked about this at all? And my guess is if you've had the conversation, it probably didn't go well. You don't get to remove yourself from blame because of that. We did have something cool last night. Even though the Chiefs won the football game, they didn't have a passing touchdown on the day. So Mahomes finished with 330 yards passing, but no touchdowns. He did throw a pick in that game. And he threw a pick to the biggest man on the field. Kalen Saunders picks the ball off in the end zone as Kansas City's at the goal line. And our favorite around here, Kevin Harlan, was on the call last night, Monday Night Football on Westwood 1. Here was his take on it.
Here we go, second down and goal. Mahomes in the gun, the two in New Orleans. P. Ryan in motion. There's the shotgun snap, the fake handoff, the quick throw at the goal line. It's deflected and it's intercepted on the play by Saunders. He runs the big man, the 10, near sideline 20, on the near sideline 30. Got a blocking from behind. The former Chief is taken down. The Saints' big man got it on the ricochet at the goal line on a pass intended for Smith-Schuster. That was a thick pick. That was a thick pick.
He's just the best. But here's the thing. You watched that Kansas City game yesterday. Do not tell me that you don't feel like the Broncos can beat that team. If you say otherwise, then you're lying to yourself. Kansas City might be undefeated, all that different stuff. Don't care. That's an utterly beatable team.
We can't beat this team.
That struggles to score points sometimes. Still put up 26. Didn't really feel like it. They got Kareem Hunt back on the roster. He ran for 100 yards yesterday. If you can hold that in check, I mean, you got a good chance. Like, this is the thing. New expectations for the Broncos. I'm watching all these teams in the AFC, and I go, yeah, you could take them. I'm so blessed, by the way, to have the myth of Mark Mosier back in this studio. How about that?
Who told you that?
Mosier's giving me, he's waving hello to me with one finger. One finger. You ever give somebody the one finger high before? It's a finger that's located somewhere in the middle.
Settle down just a little bit.
303-504-0925. You can watch us live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com and order to cart. Safeway. Fresh foods, local flavors. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Coach, on the Ferris Bueller moment, what does it say that he's not afraid to speak up? Do you like that quality and that characteristic?
Absolutely, absolutely. All good, all good. It's the heat of the moment. It's the game. It's competitive. He's fiery, and look. We're in the business of passion. We're looking for passion, and we're looking for people who have passion for the game, not other things. And I think that it's so important to him. I loved his response, and we're on to the next play, and just, it's nothing.
You know what I'm in the business in? By the way, Mosher, welcome back. Good to have you back. Avs
Welcome back, Moshe.
opener tomorrow.
Cool, Carl.
You know what I'm in the business of? I'm not calling anybody out specifically. I'm just like, I think radio shows are generally better without short Italian people. Like, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, like, just in general, I think they're better. You know what I mean? Like, I want people that have a passion for not being short Italian people.
But I am passionate. And if he's looking for passion, is there anyone more passionate about what they believe than me?
Is Sean Payton not the king of, I'm not going to say his name, but I'm going to say his name? Like, it's directly just, yeah, I'm interested in Bo Nix liking football and not having a wife who's a singer.
Sideshow celebrity?
Yeah, like, it couldn't be more clear. And this is not the first time, by the way, this has happened. You guys remember Mike McGlinchey. What exactly did he say again, Nelly? McGlinchey earlier this year?
He said something like Bo Nix didn't have an ego just because he's an NFL starting quarterback.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to be a celebrity or something like that.
Every knock they make, Mojan, I know you've noticed this, every time they compliment Bo Nix, the compliment comes with a shot at the previous regime. It just feels, maybe it's unintentional. Maybe it is completely unintentional, but it's pretty obvious.
I like Lord of the Rings, the first one. All the other stuff I don't do, but the original Frodo and all them little dudes and everything else.
That's neat.
But there's that guy with the pointy ears and the blonde hair. What's his name?
Gollum?
Legolas?
Yeah, that guy. No, Gollum's a weird guy.
I haven't seen
Anyway, he takes these 3 arrows out. Right?
We play sports.
Time out for a second here. This is a sport. And there's this big elephant thing coming, and he shoots the arrows right in the forehead of the elephant. Bam! Every time I hear Peyton talk like that, it feels like he's got his 3 arrows right at Russ's forehead. Blam!
Like, it really does.
Just laying him out, man.
Like,
and that's there's nothing wrong with that either. It creates some sort of exciting element for us.
Here's what I imagine. Sean Payton is sitting in his office at Dove Valley this morning like this, right? He's got the chair lounge back.
Mm-hmm.
He's holding darts. And he's just, from across the room, doing this.
Yeah.
And on that dartboard is Russell Wilson's face. And he just keeps nailing it over and over again. Because here's the thing. Like, all the stuff that we discuss, and there is no doubt about this, Sean Payton can still be prickly. Like, even in wins, Vic, he still goes to that microphone looking to get in a fight with somebody, right?
But what's the purpose of taking these shots at someone who's no longer here that's really, he hasn't said anything?
I don't know.
We've all complimented Russell Wilson for one thing. He never speaks ill of anyone. Ever. Have you ever heard him speak ill of anyone?
No, I think he's just trying to prove his point.
But I think we get it.
We do get it. But he feels the need to reiterate it so that maybe we really get it.
Now, in fairness to him, maybe it's because it was such a direct, like, apples to apples sort of. He had the same incident with Russ last year where he was the bad guy, and he was the bad guy because Russ didn't stick up for himself. There is a part of that going on. That exact thing happened last year, and Russ looked like a beaten puppy, and so we kind of jumped on Peyton like, hey, man, you can't do that to your quarterback on national TV. And this year, that's not the narrative because Bo Nix bit back, right? That's the only thing that was really different.
Did you ever yell back at your dad when he disciplined you? Troy, how about you, Moj?
Yeah.
Your dad disciplined you.
Only if I want my ass kicked.
Yeah,
no,
I know.
No.
I did that once, and I saw how angry he got, and I never did it again.
Yeah, there's no need to listen. The bear's already mad. No, not the bear, but he's the bear. Whatever. The snake's already wants to strike you. You don't need to. You don't need to now grab it by the tail and whip it around.
Why are we so infatuated with the comeback that Bo made, the argument that ensued? Why does that?
Well, because I think
strike a chord.
It strikes a chord for me because it exudes confidence. It exudes, in my opinion, competency. You don't do that unless you're pretty damn sure you're right about whatever Sean Payton is on your bacon about.
Or different perspective. Look at it from my perspective.
Correct.
We had a guy open or whatever. My perspective. Your perspective is not always right.
Correct.
Yeah, and maybe I kind of like it because it keeps Peyton's ego in check a little bit, to where I know like he's the dictator of that entire organization, but still having somebody that's willing to say no and not just be a yes man to him. And by the way, Nix is right. If Franklin catches the ball, they aren't having any discussion on the sideline.
It's completely fine. I mean, he hit him. And he dropped the football, right? And again, that's what. So this also, again, Vic, it tells me that Peyton is just trying to keep everything in control the best you possibly can. They're not turning the football over, so it's working. It's definitely working.
This is a cool story because the Broncos won.
I was just going to say it.
What if they had lost?
I was just going to say, what's the biggest difference between this year and last year in the little quarterback-coach interaction?
Yeah.
The W's the biggest difference.
What if they had lost the game and this story emerged the way it has?
It's a lot different.
Do we have a different spin?
Yes.
Maybe. One of my favorite parts about it is that once it was over, it was over. I mean, Peyton immediately went to, Nix went off and did his own thing. Peyton immediately went to his play sheet, and the assistant coach is right there. And it's like there's no chasing anybody down. It doesn't continue on. It happens. You get my perspective. Thank you. I got your perspective. And let's keep playing football here. It was great, and it just showed me that the kid is a fighter. The kid is a he wants to win. That passion is there. Well, I don't mean to rip off Sean Payton, but the want to is there. How about that? I liked all of it. I liked everything about it.
Well, here's the other thing too, Vic. You mentioned this yesterday. What happened after that interaction? 2 straight touchdown drives that iced the game. Like put it to blowout territory of 34-10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I raise my hand about one other point regarding Russell Wilson? Do you remember when the Broncos agreed to eat his contract? Eat it. Yum.
Oh, I remember.
Yum. Eat it all, right? The popular notion when they ate the contract was that, well, they're paralyzed for at least a season. They're screwed. Next season's a wash. What are they going to do? Everybody said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're screwed. They can't sign anybody. They're going to have to make cuts. They're screwed. Team's going to be bad. Well, here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are. Have we forgotten that they're paying that contract, that salary, that ridiculous salary, and they're winning games? They're paying the contract, and they're 3-2.
They are.
Think about how much better they could be with that money.
You never know.
I guess you never know. Listen,
here's where they got lucky.
The defense right now is simply incredible. And I'm telling you, again, a win is a win is a win. I'll always say that. If you win the football game, you win the game. But I'm here to tell you, if Gardner Minshew isn't as dumb with the football as he has shown to be,
pick six changed.
You probably lose
everything.
the game. You may lose. Let's say they punch it in. And it's 17-7, and you're like, oh, or whatever it is, 17 to, yeah. And you're like, oh, God, right? Everything changes on there. 17-3. Everything changes on that one play. Everything.
Well, and here's the thing.
And by the way, you recognize it. I wasn't here to talk about it. After that, the Raiders were dead.
Sure.
As an entire team, they were dead. All the demeanor changed. The body language, it was all dead. Thank goodness.
I'm glad you've rejoined the program after your long hiatus to find yourself, to go leaf peeping with the bear. And
how was paternity leave?
How was that?
It was good. I licked a lot of frogs.
Have paternity leave.
Got some frog licking going on there, and it was a discovery.
I'm glad you're back.
Thing.
Well, obviously something hit your system because on Sunday you were very active on the X. You were very defiant on the X. You were taking on people left and right.
Mm-hmm.
You are not sold on Bo Nix. Even
I'm
today.
not. There's a lot of things I like about him. In fact, the most I like about him right now is his fight, is his will. I like that a lot.
His passion.
Yeah, correct. And again, he had a football completely dropped that would have been a touchdown. I'm not convinced that I hope that he can elevate his game to where it needs to be, because what I'm seeing now is effectiveness in this offense and a defense that's kicking major ass. What I'm not seeing is anything dynamic. Not yet anyway. It can still come, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm not going to sit here and put the kid down. There's a long way to go this season. There's a long way to go in his career. I will say this. When I first saw the picture of him on Sunday, out on the field in that throwback uniform, I was like,
yeah.
I basically had a man crush on him because it looked so good and he looked the part.
I don't disagree entirely with your take. I still haven't, like, I'm not looking at him saying, oh, yeah, oh, look at that. Look at that. You know, when you look at Jaden Daniels, look at that. Look at that. You're still not doing that. You're sort of kid gloving him. He's coming along.
Yes, that's it.
Growing up, coming along, right?
For the first,
he's not that.
Not yet. He's not. For the first time in a long time, I didn't watch, listen to, or anything the little skit that you're doing with D-Mac at 8 o'clock at night on a Sunday. Did you do the skit?
Yeah. What skit are you referring to?
The After Hours skit.
The social media skit?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be doing that skit for the next couple skits.
Okay, but I wasn't on it on Sunday night, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Were you supposed to be on it?
No, he's talking about just listening to you.
Oh, sorry.
I typically watch all you guys. I watch it every week.
Well, the take from Coach Sanford, and I think everyone was, he did enough.
Yeah.
First half, he wasn't good. Second half, he was much better.
Well, you want to hear
Much better.
A discussion that took place on PhD about Mark Mosier over the weekend?
So Moj is calling, maybe. I got him on speakerphone, but we are in the press box, and it's, a certain amount of decorum, but I want to hear Moj, put him on speaker. He starts cursing like a sailor left and right. I got to take him on speakerphone. I go, Moj. Oh, I didn't know. I'm like, okay, fine. But he was like, we got to have a conversation. He was trying to justify coming to these conclusions about everything, despite the fact it was only the first half and the Broncos were winning.
Yeah, I don't know about the have a conversation thing, because there's no conversation to be had the entire year, even if Bo Nix sucked, even if he continued to suck. There's no conversation. You just play the dude.
Here's what it is. There's the Brock Bowers crew out there, Tyler. There's the Brock Bowers people.
Andy and Nate, they in town?
They are at the Hofbrau, and they are Brock Bowers people, both of them. Can't wait to hear what they got to say. Because Brock Bowers had a really good game yesterday.
He's a good player.
He's a good player. They had a really good game. They got their ass kicked. That's what happened yesterday. That's what you do with a really great tight end compared to needing a quarterback.
Stop. But that's where he's flawed. They didn't get their ass kicked because of the Broncos quarterback.
Yeah.
Now, he was a factor. He didn't turn the ball over. But he makes it sound like they got their ass kicked because Bo Nix kicked their ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's false. He was a factor, but that wasn't a one-man band. That is the definition of a team outplaying another team.
Well, and that's why I want to get to this in just a couple of minutes.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Does that seem obvious to me, or am I just...
But I think that point that you just made, Vic, ties into something else we were talking about a little bit earlier, so we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Reminder, tomorrow, the opener for the Avs as they take on Vegas in Vegas, 8 o'clock puck drop. We'll have Bednar on at 8:30 tomorrow as opposed to 8 o'clock to get a preview of that game as we are about to be full force. Avs.
We go full?
Soon, Nuggets. And we have two football teams that haven't lost a football game in 3 weeks, which is really nice in both the college and pro ranks. A lot of fun stuff coming up here. So 303-504-0925 back after this. That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero. And if you don't know it by now, it's an app that has all your favorite lottery games on it, whether it's Powerball, Mega Millions, or Lucky for Life. If you download that Tulatero app and use my code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play in one of these lottery games, including tonight's Mega Millions jackpot, which is estimated at $129 million. So download the app right now and use that code MAGIC for the free credit to play in the lotto tonight. Again, Mega Millions, $129 million. Download the Tulatero app, Tulotero, and register with that code MAGIC to try your luck. It's Tulatero, your favorite lottery app.
Here's what it is. There's the Brock Bowers crew out there, Tyler. There's the Brock Bowers people.
Andy and Nate, they in town?
They are at the Hofbrau, and they are Brock Bowers people, both of them. Can't wait to hear what they got to say. Because Brock Bowers had a really good game yesterday.
He's a good player.
He's a good player. They had a really good game. They got their ass kicked. That's what happened yesterday. That's what you do with a really great tight end compared to needing a quarterback.
Yeah, there is a flaw in this logic here. The flaw is that Bo Nix didn't light up the scoreboard for 380 yards and 4 touchdowns. He played fine. But what's the reason that you won the game?
You won the game because you've got the best cornerback in the National Football League.
You won the game because the defense changed the game.
100%.
And so, I just saw this text, but I was thinking it. I didn't hear Nate and Andy. Their rebuttal to this was, well, if they went with D-Mac's method and took Justin Fields as opposed to PS2, did they win that game yesterday or on Sunday? Yeah. Probably not, because PS2 scored 6 points himself and then got another interception that put them in prime scoring position again. Like, this myth that it's all about quarterbacks and it's not about team and surrounding talent is silly.
Yeah. Let me make one last point to the Bo honks who continue to assault our senses. Man, honks are out in full force this year for everybody. I like Bo Nix.
He almost said Bo honk.
I like Bo's honk.
I'm going to start here.
I'm sure you do. It's probably. Okay.
I like him a lot, and I proclaimed after the Tampa game the Broncos have found their quarterback. They found him. Now, is he going to mature and progress as quickly as I would hope? No, it's not going to happen. It's pretty obvious, but it's okay. It's okay. Everybody matures at different levels. You know, we talked about that yesterday. You weren't here, Moj. Puberty hits us at different ages. And I think the right thing to do is for everybody to hit puberty at the same age, exact same day. There shouldn't be different ages. But he's not developing at the rate some might like. It doesn't matter to me. I like what he's doing. He got better in the second half. He's running the system. He's not turning the ball over. He's given the team a chance to win these games, and that's all you can hope for. I like it. Is he Patrick Mahomes? No. Is he Jaden Williams or Jaden Daniels? No, he's not. He's not these guys. He's good enough. Doesn't mean we hate Bo Nix. Doesn't mean we don't like Bo Nix. Doesn't mean we don't like the future of Bo Nix. We do. He's not the sole reason they won that game.
You know what's amazing to me?
Stop reselling us this ridiculous notion that Bo Nix beat the Raiders. He didn't.
There's wiggle room here. There is gray area. There is room to come to a reasonable understanding and agreement. But it's either you're with us or you're against us. Coach, I mean, we could say, hey, man, Coach Prime is kicking butt, doing a great job. You don't give him his love. No, we do.
You know what? I can make this case. If you would exchange quarterbacks in that game and Gardner Minshew starts for the Broncos still win that game.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
See, and this was
but Gardner Minshew.
Gardner
Minshew.
It's that simple.
Is we know who he is. See, this is where I am with Bo Nix. I can look at a lot of quarterbacks in this league, and I know who they are, and I know what their limitations are. I know where their ceiling is. I know where their floor is for sure. And we're 5 games into his career. I still have no idea where Bo Nix's ceiling is or what his
I don't know what he is either
what his true limitations are. Nobody knows that yet.
He's getting better. He's making throws.
Absolutely.
He's showing you glimpses. The throw to Corlin. Okay, all right, and then he could also be handcuffed by his coach's system,
which leads to a discussion on the sideline about, hey, why did you check out of a play when I want you to run this play and I want you to throw in the flat over here and you try to find a guy in the end zone and he dropped the football and it's all your fault?
Well, maybe because maybe the argument is this. Coach, I'm sick of throwing 3-yard passes to Javonte Williams.
There's nothing exactly right now. Again, Vic, can he make those throws? Yeah. The throws he makes downfield at this point, Brett, and completes, guys are wide open. Guys are open. Now, that's not to say that he doesn't do a great job of play action or looking guys off or whatever to help guys get open. I'm not saying that at all. But when he starts fitting the ball into tight spaces, right, when he really starts to find a groove and
consistently,
puts it on the money in difficult catches and this sort of thing, then that's another step that he's going to take. But again, I haven't seen that yet. But so it's okay. It's okay.
The Broncos are winning. The Broncos are 3-2 because the team is really good. Team. They're not winning because Bo Nix is head and shoulders better than other quarterbacks. If that's the way you interpret this, you're blind.
I'd be even more specific, Vic. You're winning because your defense is balling the hell out. Like, You were talking about able to withstand the Russell Wilson contract, eating that money, and still be a successful football team who's 3-2 right now. Well, there's one giant reason for it. It's not again, if I point to anything offensively, what has been stellar about the offense so far? Nothing, really.
They're not making mistakes.
They're playing mistake-free.
They're
Yeah,
hanging
they're not
on to
giving
the
the ball
football.
up.
That's the big
I mean,
thing.
if that's let me ask you though, if that's the best compliment you could pay your offense, what does that tell you?
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Like, the reason why they find themselves in this position is because I'm going to say this, I think, every day until this stops, which I hope it never does. Because Vance Joseph has found gems on defense that you wouldn't expect. Like, Riley Moss has been developed into a really good player. And you lose not just Josie Jewell, you lose Alex Singleton for the season, and now Justin Strnad is an actual viable linebacking option now, and Cody Barton's playing well.
Cody Barton's playing very well.
Like, you have a defensive line rotation where a whole bunch of solid guys are playing, like, above their expectation level. Like, that's all coaching and scheming correctly.
By the way, another press conference goes by. I've yet to hear anybody say credit to Vance Joseph and his defense.
Oh, wait. Let's see this. This is
there?
This is cut one. Let's hear cut one from Sean Payton here, Nelly, about the defensive turnaround and see if he says something about this in Vance Joseph.
And this was his Zoom press conference yesterday. So it was a separate thing. It wasn't post game.
Okay.
This is also partially me stalling because I didn't have that folder open. Here we go.
Look, Vance has done a great job. He and his staff, they were hard to point to one thing relative to personnel, because obviously there's been a number of personnel changes. I think we've gotten stronger in the front, and then I would say we're better in the secondary. And I would say that in a lot of areas. I mean, we're getting really good play, obviously, from Turtan and then Moss on the other side. We're getting good safety play. We're stronger in the front. And so I think there's probably, anytime you have a turnaround maybe that we've seen to date, there's probably a number of factors.
Yeah, he gave Vance some flowers, but what about the way he runs the defense?
The question was, what has VJ done to get this defense on track?
And he went straight to personnel.
Yeah.
Which he has a part in.
Right. Yeah.
Come on.
Well, look, he said it. It's fine. But that's the point. It's like, yes, you can go to the very simple thing of quarterback matters and you can't win without a quarterback. Well, duh. Yeah, that's a pretty key thing. If you're in NBA team, Moj, you need a superstar.
Hey.
You need a guy who's really good to have a shot.
Give them credit, though. They've made some moves in the offseason. We questioned the Justin Simmons move.
Mm-hmm.
They proved that that's a good move.
Yeah, Brandon Jones balling
That's
out.
a good move, man.
Yep.
I mean, what they've done up front, mentioned it yesterday, too. It's where it starts, up front in the trenches. Personnel's better, and the way they're dialing up the defense is better. But, the more I think about it, Sean Payton's probably thinking to himself, yeah, VJ's great. Then again, I almost fired VJ after the Miami game.
Yeah.
So I should give myself a pat on the back for showing patience.
Having the time of his life.
A texture pointed this out, and I
Lord.
think this is like a decent point here. That because of Russell Wilson's contract, the Broncos were kind of forced into doing the development thing.
Yeah.
That maybe they wouldn't have if they had
And
that
they
money
leaned
available.
into it.
Yes.
And they leaned into it. And they're you know what?
If they had
Because of that,
$50 million to spend, Vic, do you think they maybe go out and get some more veteran-type players to go start on that team? They might.
And are they as experimental with how they dial up blitzes and call defenses if you have stars out there, right?
This is going to sound sort of like this is not a knock by any means. This is me being, very excited about it and admiring what they do. They have a lot of interchangeable parts on that defensive line and linebacking core. You know what I mean? And I think the evidence, obviously, is the Singleton injury. And then all of a sudden, other guys are getting it done. I mean, Strnad he was all over the place the other day. Brandon Jones has been great at safety, but they've got a lot of guys. Everybody's making a play. Like I said, you talked about Cody Barton a little bit earlier. That one pursuit on Bowers when he just was all sniffing him all over the place and pursued him and just hammered him down. Like the recognition and the awareness of that entire defense is really good, man. It's really, really good.
Let's get back to the final straw here. The whole source of this argument was, D-Mac saying that Bo Nix kicked the Raiders' ass. Right?
Well, he said there's a whole bunch of people that wanted Brock Bowers, and the Raiders got their ass kicked.
Okay.
Because their quarterback was bad.
Who's the bigger reason the Broncos won that game? Patrick Surtain or Bo Nix?
Oh, Surtain, of course.
Yeah. Surtain.
Didn't
it was about the duty. I'm telling you, that
didn't
the
D-Mac
defense
spend like years saying that the Broncos should have never drafted Surtain?
Well, he said they should have drafted Fields over Surtain. And I thought the same thing at the time, too, but I admit I was wrong.
It's pretty crazy, though. The defense was getting gashed and bashed. And the Raiders were moving the ball through the air and on the ground with
And
big
one play changed everything.
One play changed the entire football game, and the Raiders from that point on lost whatever it is they had.
Mm-hmm.
I got to say something.
And the defense, I mean, the defense went from, man, we can't stop these guys. We're about to go down 17-3 to, oh my God, we're winning this football game, and everybody just came to life. It was simply amazing.
Momentum is real.
Yep.
Hey, Sean Payton, you deserve all the credit in the world for changing the culture of this football team, and you did it with one arm tied behind your back. You've got a contract that the Broncos are still paying for, a mega contract, one of the biggest dead money hits ever, and yet you are above 500 football team, and you're winning games, and you're giving this team hope. Full credit in the world. He has changed the culture of this team.
Yeah.
We all agree there.
Absolutely.
Okay? The end. Good on him. They're doing it right. Doesn't matter what we think. They're doing it right. Good on him. I want to talk a little bit about the game we saw last night because you're not beating Kansas City. That quarterback does things in the pocket that I've never seen anybody do. We've seen fast quarterbacks. We've seen fast guys like move out of the pocket. He's not Blazer. He can't he's not a 40-yard dash. Have you ever seen anybody that's slippery in the pocket?
Well, he had that one play early. It was a third down, 3rd and goal. And he had plenty of time in the pocket, first of all, but he was kind of like dancing around. And then he does a spin move.
Yeah.
And as he spins, throws to P. Ryan in the end zone. Now, it was an incompletion, but I was like, wow, pretty impressive. Yeah. Here's the thing, though, about KC. I think you could make a strong argument that this year, at least at the beginning of it, they've been winning football games because of their defense, too.
Yeah, I'm not talking about KC. I'm not the team. I'm talking about him.
Yeah.
I'm talking about him. He who may not be named because Mahomes.
Well, you can't say you can't name him and then just say his name.
You guys don't like when I name him. That guy is amazing. Every game, and I thought I've seen it all, right? When you watch him, you're like, okay, we've seen it all. And yet there's another game, and you're like, how? The first down where he stretched out and he dove again. Mm-hmm. Did you see how many little spin moves and little pirouettes he did to get to that point? I mean, who does that?
I don't know.
Well, and I've been trying to figure this out, man, because Kansas City is 5-0. Mahomes is obviously amazing. Their offense, and I hesitate to do this because I said the same thing last year and then they were fine, but they don't look unbeatable to me at all.
They didn't look unbeatable last year either.
Well, the Broncos won last year.
Yeah, but they never look unbeatable. They're just good at winning tight games. That's what I'm saying. They do. Yeah. I mean, they're not a blowout team. They're not going to beat you by 5 touchdowns. They're not going to do that. They're going to just linger, stick around, and then just when the game comes down to it, they'll stab you right in the heart.
I know what you're fixated on. You're fixated on the Mahomes picks, aren't you?
Well, he's turned the ball over a lot.
Is that a thing for you, though? I mean, you're sort of fixated on that.
Well, through 5 weeks, he's got 6 touchdown passes and 6 picks. And I'm like, yeah, that's a little bit weird.
He didn't have a touchdown pass last night. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah. Like, I just think it's odd to see that next to his name.
I also see.
But hold on, Vic. When we get to week 14, what do you think his stats are going to look like?
I don't know if they'll change drastically. I really don't.
Would you like him on your team?
Yeah, this isn't about Mahomes the player. This is about I'm talking about the Chiefs. This is about the Chiefs and their offense overall. I'm just saying, if they played the Broncos tomorrow, do I think the Broncos got at least a decent shot of winning? Yeah, I do.
So do I.
Like, that's all I'm saying.
That doesn't change anything, though. I'm just talking about the player here. By the way, the Kelsey flip across the field as he's running.
That's not a called play, right?
It can't be.
Where he just underhands it over to P. Ryan?
Andy Reid's not sitting at practice saying, hey, why don't you flip it all the way across the middle of the field as we're driving? I guarantee that's not designed.
Yeah.
But what's he going to get in trouble? Are you going to bench Travis Kelce for that? He gets away with it. The other thing that I noticed about Kansas City, and this is real, Kansas City fans will deny this, you get calls, man. You get calls when you're a 2-time defending champ. That PI on Worthy when he ran the go route, he flopped. He flopped.
They've been getting those all year.
Dude, he fell down.
He fell down. And because he fell down, the defender fell on top of him. It
Total flop.
It looked worse than it was.
Total flop.
I think the ball was probably uncatchable anyway. That's my guess.
Terrible.
And then how many flags did come out on the field at that point? I saw
All
at least
of them?
I saw at least 3.
Coaches started throwing flags, players throwing flags.
Yeah, like the back judge. You get dudes all over the place. Every flag. They do get. But you know what, Vic? They've earned that because they're the best team in the league.
So you can flop?
I don't. Yeah. What is?
What I'm saying is
you're
that
a rookie, dude. You're a rookie
Time out.
receiver.
I'm not saying that it's right. I'm saying that optically, I'm sure it's just like with the Lakers and LeBron. Optically, and ingrained in these officials, this is the best team. You know, they're the 2-time defending champions. They got this going for them and that going for them, and so the flags tend to.
But
they tend to err on the side of caution with Kansas City.
How about if it's a penalty, they throw the flag, and if it's not, then they don't?
Well, in an ideal world, Brett, that's great. Okay.
Like, the only reason we talk about this with the superstar call in Jokic is because Jokic doesn't get it when everybody else does. That's the only reason I talk about it in the NBA with Joker. It's like, if everybody was officiated the way the Joker was, I wouldn't have an issue. But it's like, there's all the superstars who get the calls, and then Jokic goes to free throw line twice a night, and you're like, well, make that make sense to me. Because that doesn't.
See, the problem with that is that we can see the evidence that he's getting his butt kicked. And he doesn't get to the line.
His arms?
They look like pink baby piglets.
Yeah. Although he looked tan this summer.
I haven't pulled a baby piglet out in a long time.
I'll allow it because it's been a while.
So, but all you got to do is look at his arms and look like he, hey, listen, we got a wild tiger on the loose at the Denver Zoo. We need you to go get it. And he's like,
you know what you can do?
And that's what he looks like.
Well, I mean, he's pretty white. So if you fake bake during the course of the season, you eliminate a lot of those marks. People don't see as many of them.
Yeah, well, he looks pretty scratched up, dude.
Fake bake.
I'm not fake bake. I don't fake bake.
But he can fake bake.
Brett, you couldn't fake bake if you wanted to.
Have you ever fake bake?
Do people still do that? I actually did.
Yeah, they do
once. I don't like it.
No, they don't do that anymore. Now they paint you. They literally.
They do paint you there.
They throw you in a room and they throw paint.
Okay,
on you.
so if you're me,
they spray paint you.
Like if I were to go out, I'm going to Aruba for a weekend.
Get painted.
So I get painted.
You stand in there naked and they squirt you.
I understand. No, I know what it's spray
paint
tan
you
is.
right up, real
but
good.
What I'm saying is that a protective sealant from the sun, or do I still get sunburned despite that?
I don't know the chemistry of that. It's like a wax. And
wax?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a wax.
No, but it wears off. But it's like a coating.
No, I know, but does that protect me? Like, do I have to put sunscreen over the top of it?
It's like sugar coating. I don't know. For you, I would advise that you do that because otherwise you'll torch.
Do.
My wife did it once, and they went a little over the top, and like her hands were orange.
Oh yeah.
So you better be careful.
I'm not doing it. I don't know why are you guys looking at me like I'm doing this.
You
sometimes.
need.
I think a white guy experiment would be important for this program. I think you should do it. If anybody out there
owns the Rex
a fake,
Ryan is what I would do. I would come back the tannest shade that they have
teeth?
and just like shock people with how I looked. 303.
If anybody out there wants to spray Brett, now's your chance.
Sure.
Hey, one last thing. The Chargers had a bye week. I know this is going to sound crazy. They're a favorite coming into this game this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
They're a favorite.
Yeah, you can save that. See,
I'm saving
when you've been gone, Moj, I've been on clock every single time, ripping it, and then you give me a one last thing. Well, save the one last thing.
Right now, I'm shutting up.
Save the thing.
I'm shutting up.
You can listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
You know, I was supposed to be gone for a month. You know that, right?
You weren't?
Yeah, it feels like I was. When I got on that airplane, when I got on that airplane to come home, I was very happy to come home. I did miss you guys, and I missed being on the program.
Yeah, you know, I
feel so out of touch. My wife is. You don't have to watch that game. Yeah, you do gotta have to watch that game.
Yeah, you do have to watch.
Yeah,
that
you
game.
gotta watch that game. But a couple things. Number one, the Avs start tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're not doing the game; it's on national television, obviously.
But there's a watch party at Joe Willie's on Broadway starting at 6 o'clock, and it'll take you all through the night, including between the pipes.
Sweet. Number two, what did you talk to Bednar about last week?
Hockey.
But have we talked about the final roster? Have we talked about Callum Ritchie on this team right this second? Did you ask him if he's getting a 9-game tryout or if he is actually?
We asked him.
I asked about Ritchie.
At
that time, he said there's 3 different options we have for Ritchie, and we're thinking about it. He didn't give us a definitive answer.
Well, right now he's on the roster, and he's going to be your right winger
at 19
on the second
years
line
old.
at the age of 19. Now, this kid's got talent, and he's got size. I've got thoughts on it, so when you ask me, I'll tell you. But we'll talk to Coach Bednar tomorrow morning.
This is an open forum. You can just say,
you feel free to tell us what you want.
I don't know how. This is where the problem lies with guys like Callum Ritchie. Going back to junior hockey will do him absolutely no good. You're a 19-year-old. You're playing with men in the NHL, right?
Yeah.
You go back and beat up 17-year-olds, it doesn't do anything for you. You go up, but maybe you go score 50 in the dub, right? Or wherever, I'm just saying that it doesn't make any sense that he would have to.
But the issue is when Lehkonen and Val and Gabe get in the lineup, where do you go? Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. That is correct. So he shouldn't go back to the OHL, is my point. However, there's no alternative available for him. I guess he could go to college. He cannot go to the American Hockey League at all. Here's the best thing for him, I think, and we'll see how it works out. If he can handle all of this stuff that's coming his way.
Like what stuff?
Well, now you're playing with men who want to take your head off, and you're
like if he looks good.
You're playing big minutes with Casey Middlestat in,
the word from Bednar last week.
It's a pretty damn big responsibility, Vic.
The word from Bednar last week was that he is an elite offensive talent, but he has things to work on, like finishing checks and defensive stuff. Like that's the stuff he's got to get figured out.
He will grow the fastest in my eyes. He will grow fast if he continues to be able to practice fast with guys at the National Hockey League level. You know what I mean? Pros. The problem is that not that you may not have an option other than to send him back to the O. I don't know. I don't know what the long-term plan is, but also he needs minutes because he's that kind of guy, and he's going to get better as he develops, right? I mean, and it gets more and more minutes. So it's, as of right now, the 19-year-old is a Colorado Avalanche. I think that's pretty cool because he is offensively gifted, very gifted.
Yeah. Not to mention, like, when you have 3 players of that caliber that you're waiting upon their returns, with Gabe, Val, and Lehkonen, it's going to provide an opportunity for some younger guys to get maybe some reps in the meantime. Now, the Ritchie situation's different because I'm with you. I don't know what you do. If everybody gets healthy and he can't get on the ice, then that's not helping anyone. He needs to play. But, God, wouldn't it be great if he just plays the first, month, whatever it's going to be, and actually looks like he fits? And then you have different options within, like, who you can put into your third, fourth line rotations. Guys getting injured, he can go up and down. You know what I mean? Like, he can be an elevator of
It would
sorts.
be a wonderful problem to have.
Who's this Ludwig guy they just signed?
Big dude.
Ludwig.
Is this their way of getting bigger?
Yeah.
So they do want to be a little bigger, just in case.
I mean, he's not like a super gigantic guy, but he's a thick guy. He's over 2 bills.
Okay.
Yeah. He's still a relatively young guy. I mean, he's got potential.
What's the rule on this again, Moj, on why he can't go to the Eagles, Cal Ritchie?
It's because they're protecting junior hockey, essentially. Because teams would choose to send their players who are too good for junior to the AHL to play against men and develop. I mean, it's arguably the second best league in the world. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you would choose to do that, and then he can play professional hockey and be a pro. But you can't. Otherwise, you're cleaning out the junior ranks and so on and so forth. So the rules just say you can't do it.
The three big guns who are out, with the roster being unveiled yesterday, the final roster. Okay, the three big guns being out: Landy, Nichushkin, and Lehkonen.
And there may be another move to be made. I mean, you look at the guys who were sent down. They only have 11 forwards on the roster right now. Are they going to play 11-7 on opening night? I don't know. But, some of this, Vic, is going to be paper moving as well.
Okay.
Some of it's going to
That's
be
fine.
You send a guy down just
fine.
for a couple days, paperwork, you save a couple of bucks, and you bring him back up before you leave for Vegas or whatever.
But the three guys that are currently not playing and that are hurt, the three guys, those are three guys that bring it. And when I say bring it, they're very similar in what they bring. They're physical players, right?
Well, I mean, you've got two incredibly good power forwards. Your captain hasn't played in 2 years, but they're incredibly good power forwards, and Lehkonen plays like a power forward.
Okay, so who does that while they're not in the game?
Well, Cal Ritchie. The age
That's
of
asking,
19.
that's asking a lot of 19. That's what you're missing. Three guys who do that. Who does it with them being absent?
That's an excellent point. Rantanen's got a big old butt. Right?
Cannot lie.
Miles Wood has got a big old butt. I mean, these guys are their motor's going to be going. Logan O'Connor's motor is going to be going.
How long is Lehkonen out for? November?
Yeah, probably that. Yeah, probably. I mean, he's around the team doing stuff. It's just that.
When is the due date for Nichushkin?
I think it's November 15th.
So we could see Lehkonen and Nichushkin back at the same time.
Very well could.
Potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And I don't know Gabe's situation. Did you ask him about Gabe again last week or no? Is it just a given that we're playing the waiting game?
I think we did. It's the same thing. It's just we're waiting until he gets cleared. So, couple things here before we get to a break. All divisional series in the MLB right now are tied at a 1-1 split, and that's after the Royals beat the Yankees last night, and that is after the Tigers even things up against the Guardians. So tonight is the National League side of things with 2 1-1 series. So you got really good playoff baseball happening. But there was a play in that Yankees game, which was called by Bob Costas. And I will say, I know a lot of people, being from the Midwest, that are Royals fans, and they get very few moments of joy. About once every 5 or 6 years, they get a team like this that pops up out of nowhere and plays well.
It's more like once every decade.
Sure. I mean, whatever. But I wonder if you're like a diehard Royals fan and you hear this on the call of a national TV broadcast, how this makes you feel.
Hit to short. Witt gets the force. Can they turn two? Yes, they can, and it's just the point we were making. It's not Giancarlo's fault. A near base hit. Couldn't beat it out at the other end. Turns into a double play.
What the hell is that? Like, what was that? Can they turn two? Oh, yes, they can. It's not Giancarlo's fault. It's like, what kind of call is that? Where you're almost like actively crying in the booth over a double play being turned.
Remember Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting? It's not your fault.
Yeah.
It's not your fault.
I grew up idolizing Bob Costas. I think Bob Costas
He's
is
one of the best of all.
One of the greatest wordsmiths in the history of broadcasting. But his forte is not play-by-play.
Yeah, he can stop calling my baseball games.
Yeah, it's not. That's not his forte. I know he enjoys doing it, but it's not. You need somebody with a little more oomph in that role, in my humble opinion.
Hit to short. Witt gets the force. Can they turn two? Yes, they can, and it's just the point we were making. It's not Giancarlo's fault. A near base hit. Couldn't beat it out at the other end. Turns into a double play.
I mean, what the world is going on there?
I'm going to go hang myself now. I'm out of here. It's like, dude, come on. I mean, listen. Bob Costas is an absolute legend. When I say score or whatever I do, look, I'm an Avalanche. I know
you're a homer.
That's
your job.
That's a network broadcast.
I know.
It's supposed to be right down the middle.
I think this is where people they don't get it. You got to be right down the gut. I'll tell you what was difficult for me. In Game 1 of the 2022 Stanley Cup Final, E.J. Radick had graduation for his kid. He couldn't do the Game 1. He and Kevin Weeks did the international feed, right? Mm-hmm. Every country that's not the U.S. or Canada was the international feed. So they asked me, hey, will you do the game with Kevin Weeks?
I remember
I
that.
said, absolutely, I will. No problem. And I call it right down the middle. I mean, it's got to be.
Which has got to be hard because you're used to not doing that.
That is correct. But I called it right down the plate. Fastball, 98, right down the middle. And you have to do that, right? And that's what costs us charges for being a national guy there. And he sounds like Mir Connor, like, it's an empty to score. You're going to lose.
Oh, and it's wide open on the other side score.
Oh, my God. Jeez.
By the way, can I pay you a compliment?
No.
It's not Georgie's fault. Like we were just saying, it's not Georgie's fault.
It's not you, George. It's not you. What's that?
Your face looks good. Remember when you had that spot removed? I'm looking at your face.
Oh, yeah, right here? Yeah.
I can't even tell.
It wasn't a spot removed. It was surgery, bro.
Yeah, you look good.
It went down to my skull.
Yeah. Can I make one more?
You ever had somebody go down to the skull in the front of your face,
Yeah,
Jack?
I have. I've had one of those removed.
Okay, well, they had to keep going back in there and go find more.
You look good.
Thanks.
I want to say one more thing.
Seriously, people don't. They can't. Like if I don't point out, they can't even. They don't even tell. Nobody says, "Hey, you got a big scar on your face."
All right, stop talking about it. I paid you a compliment.
Thank you.
We're done.
All right, thank you.
I want to thank all the people that listen to the show, and we have a responsibility on the show, and it really hit me Saturday night. I'm hosting and emceeing the Epilepsy Foundation of Colorado and Wyoming, and a couple came up to me, and they say they listen to the show religiously, and they laugh, and they like the show, and they said they needed those laughs. Their son passed away due to complications from epilepsy recently, and this show has put a smile on their face. And we should never take that lightly. And I'm just heartbroken listening to that story that night. And I want to thank everyone for listening, and anyone who's having a rough day. And if we can make you smile for whatever reason, or make you angry, just make you emote in some way, we appreciate it, and we will never take that for granted. So I just wanted to share that. Shout out to that couple, that young couple. Thanks for listening, and my prayers and thoughts are always going to be with you.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
Dan Capless Law has a motto: truth. The truth always wins. And in high-stakes personal injury cases, it takes a lot of skill, experience, resources, and ferocious determination to find and prove that truth. Dan Capless Law has proven that it's very good at finding and proving the truth, which is why it's won so much. I take a look at Dan's track record. Got record-setting results, including an unheard of 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. That only happens when your cause is true. You got to find the truth. Dan Capless Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and Colorado Avalanche. The season is upon us for both teams, and Dan Capless Law is a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis right now. Give them a call if you need help, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit them up at dancaplisslaw.com.
You know what, dude? I was thinking. Sorry, Bretsky.
Go ahead.
You didn't really pay me a compliment about 6 minutes ago at all.
About your face? Yeah, I said your face is. I can actually look at your face today. Normally, I can't
you
look at
spent
it.
the rest of the time complimenting yourself,
Yeah,
so I
you
just
know what
thought
I mean?
that was enough.
He's the only guy where you could pay him a compliment. I said something about his face, and then he spent the next 3 minutes going into full detail about his face himself.
I'm very important.
I know. I did. There wasn't.
You noticed that, right?
You took all the compliments to yourself away from me.
And then, you know what? At that point, I got so sick of you complimenting yourself, I take it back. Your face looks like a leather glove. Shortstop.
How's my fielding percentage? Hey, no, but basically you're saying the surgeon did a good job. She put it back together very nicely.
What's happening here?
Well, that
Moshe?
wasn't very nice. I mean, it wasn't like, hey, man, you did a really good job on this. He's like, you don't look as ugly as you normally do. All right, thanks, dude. All right, I'll take it.
Yeah, we'll just move on.
Move on.
So, interesting discussion that was had on Kreckman and Lindahl, and I truly believe in this. Before a season starts, hell, we have these for the Avs. We all have our own sort of Avs expectations in our head before game one. And then you get well into the season. So we all, training camp at the end of preseason, said, all right, here's what I think the Broncos are going to be. And now 5 games into the year, that's not a small sample size. It's a pretty good chunk of the year. I think it's healthy to kind of reassess. And Kreckman and Lindahl were talking about this yesterday. After 5 weeks now, what are the new expectations for the Broncos season?
I'm looking forward to this team every single week. This defense will give the Broncos a puncher's chance every single week, and if Bo Nix doesn't make mistakes that kill you, you're not fumbling the ball, putting it on the ground, anything silly like that, you play some field position football, and you take advantage of the opportunities when they present themselves to you. You live with the run game, especially if you get a lead in the second half. This team can absolutely win some games. I really think they can. This is a tough game this week against the Chargers. Going to New Orleans, I think, is going to be challenging. Who knows? They could have Devontae Adams by then. They're one of the teams that are making those phone calls. Carolina at home, you have to win. That's a must. After that, that's where the schedule gets tough.
Then it gets real after Halloween.
You got to go to Baltimore and you got to go to Kansas City in back-to-back weeks. But if the Broncos can if they can hang around that, that 9-10 win plateau right there, this is a wild card team. They can go to the playoffs. And I tell you, Andy, nobody wants to see this defense in the postseason.
Well, and that's the exact thing. Like, I'm so 100% with Kreckman on this where, look, guys, before the season started, I thought, it kind of feels like 5 to 6 wins. Like, that's what it felt like to me. Like, maybe not worst in the league, but you're probably picking in the top 10 somewhere. This is where things have changed. I expect the Broncos to be competitive in every game, no matter who the opponent is. Like, I expect them to be in that playoff graphic until the end of the season. Doesn't mean I expect them to make the playoffs, but there should never be a point this year in which you say they're out.
Yeah.
Should never be.
It's funny. When you list skills of your quarterback, the skills are usually can throw the long ball, got good arm talent, makes good moves in the pocket, gets the play call in, can see the field, right? Can process the game. I think another skill should be established, and it's one that Sean Payton, as we've come to find out, values most. Protects the football.
Yeah.
Protects the football.
Yeah.
And Bo Nix has done that. He protects he's hard to sack. He doesn't fumble it when he's sacked. He doesn't give the ball away. But that's a new skill. Is it a skill? What is it? What would you describe?
That's a skill. Like, that's not putting the ball in harm's way. Now, this can work averse to each other. Like, Vic, when you're sitting there for the first time as a fan last week in the stand saying, throw the ball downfield, you'll put the ball in harm's way if you do that.
You do.
And so maybe they're just saying, you know what? For the beginning of the year, the defense playing this way, I'm going to be super conservative.
Yes.
Because if we don't turn the ball over, it feels like we win. 3 straight games. No turnovers from Bo Nix, 3 dubs. The 2 games prior to that, 4 picks combined, 2 losses.
Moshe, did you know that Gardner Minshew was 9 for 9 before that
Sure did.
decisive pick 6? And right before he threw that pick, the buddy I was with in the game, he says, it's only a matter of time before Minshew makes a game-changing mistake. Because that's the way he is. I mean, he's going to make
That's
one of
why
those.
he is who he is.
That's why he's a journeyman. He's going to make one of those mistakes. And then on cue, like 3 plays later, boom, there it is.
And it changed the entire game. Now, if you see Bo Nix doing that, I'm sure it will change the entire game not in the Broncos' favor as well.
So-
I mean, it's just those things are absolute backbreakers. You're about to go up, theoretically, you're about to go up 17-3.
Yeah.
At the very worst, you're going up 13-3. You're taking a double-digit lead, right? That's the very worst case scenario. No. The worst case scenario is your quarterback rolling out to his left and throwing into a pile of orange jerseys.
Yeah.
That was the worst case scenario. It broke the Raiders back. Immediately, they never recovered.
I want you to remember a series in the first half where the Broncos were backed into their own, I think it was the 10-yard line. And they got a penalty, and they're backed up even a little more. It was like 2nd and 25. And at that point, you're thinking, you've got to throw the ball downfield, don't you? You got to throw the ball downfield. Nope. It was a quick out, got him a little room. Now 3rd and 12. You got to throw the ball downfield, don't you? Nope. It was a running back screen that got the first down to Javonte on the left side. 2 plays.
It's well set up.
Exactly. Well set up plays. But you're thinking to yourself, at what point will they throw the ball downfield? And the more we think about it, the more we talk about it, that's counterintuitive. That's going to cause turnovers.
Continue this in a second, but just some breaking news from our guy, Adam Schefter. Remember when I said Aaron Rodgers hates Robert Saleh?
Yes.
The Jets just fired him. Saleh.
This does not surprise me.
It doesn't surprise me.
Doesn't surprise me one bit.
The question is,
will Hackett take over?
Correct.
If Aaron Rodgers, I asked you guys these questions last week before I left. I said, if Aaron Rodgers wants Saleh gone, is he gone? And you said,
yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, let's be fair. We rip LeBron James up and down for crossing the boundaries. He's the coach, the GM. He runs everything. Isn't that Aaron Rodgers?
Hey, you guys know my thoughts. I'll just back away from the microphone. You guys can go at it.
I mean,
You like getting nailed by the king?
If we're going to say that about LeBron James, what's Aaron Rodgers?
I completely agree. And Rodgers got beat up in London. Absolutely smoked. Did you watch any of that?
Yeah.
Again, did you see him crawling on? You guys talk about it? His crawling along the sideline and all that kind of thing on all fours. And
well, not to mention the week prior, what happened? He was limping to the sideline every single drive after the Broncos
That
hit
is
him.
correct. The Broncos messed his leg up pretty bad. So I guess I'm not completely shocked by it. I'm really not. I mean, what is that? A 1-4 football team now? They're not
2-3.
2-3.
Think about that. That news came down.
Are you sure?
Hey, that news came down at 8:08 Denver time, which is about the exact same time he would have been on with us yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So if Adam Schefter's on with us,
well, he would have bailed. He would have bailed on us.
I wouldn't have let him. I would have said, "Listen."
Hang on a second. It's a great comp, though, Vic. I've said it. You hire Aaron Rodgers. You are not just hiring him to be your quarterback. He is running everything that has to do with that offense.
You're running. You've hired the operation.
Yes. And you've hired, much like LeBron, the circus. And guess what else he does? Hey, I like Alan Lazard. Go get him.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I like this guy. Go get him. Like, all of that is wrapped up into that ball. And when it's not successful, whose fault isn't it? It's not Aaron Rodgers' fault.
It's not LeBron's fault.
Not LeBron's fault.
This whole Devontae thing, I don't know what happens with him now. He's definitely not going to be a Raider. But Derek Carr went out with an injury last night. And they've got, do you know what their backup quarterback is in New Orleans?
Yeah, I saw him play last night, and I don't remember his name. Haener?
Jake Haener.
Haener?
Have you seen his face?
Okay, hang on. Before you get into this, though.
Yeah.
Like, this is what I want to point out, though, with the Rodgers thing.
Well, I'm saying when I look at the Broncos' schedule now, though, when I start to look after the Chargers game at that Saints game, Brett, to prove your point, my optimism is great at this point.
This is twofold. So, number one, just to put a bow on this Rodgers thing, my guess is that Hackett's going to be named interim. That's my guess.
He probably will.
He's been a head coach before, and he's Aaron Rodgers' guy. That's my guess. Do you know how many points the Jets have scored through 5 weeks this year? Take a guess.
The same amount of points they scored through 5 weeks last season.
With Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Saleh doesn't do jack with the offense. He's a defensive coach.
Yeah.
He looked at Rodgers and Hackett and said, it's on you guys.
Do it.
Whatever you guys want to do, go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
Well, then whose fault is this?
Yeah, but you knew as soon as Rodgers made that cadence comment last week.
Yeah.
As soon as he made that comment contradicting his coach, it was on like Donkey Kong. All right, we'll try to get through London, as one big dysfunctional family, and then
that's a quick trigger
bam,
to the
done.
season.
Do you know where they're at right now, by the way? They're 8th currently in the AFC. It's not like they're out of the playoff picture and need to make some giant change.
Oh, there's some stuff behind the scenes that clearly is bubbling over, and I bet you this is one of those situations.
Rodgers is saying bleep you every day, that guy.
Rodgers is basically saying something's got to change or we're never going to win, and they made it happen.
But to your Broncos point now, Moj, this is, as far as the Broncos expectation thing and how things change, you guys tell me. Give me the unbeatable team in the AFC, because you want to know what I noticed yesterday. There are 6 teams currently in the AFC that have an above 500 record, okay? The NFC has 9. We got 9 teams that are 3-2 or better. The AFC, you tell me. The Texans are 4-1. Have they looked great this year?
They have not, but we have high expectations. How funny is it, though? The Texans are 4-1, and we're like, they don't look like a 4-1 team. Well, the Broncos don't really, at times, look like a 3-2 football team, except for the defense.
But this is my point, is that there isn't a single team in the AFC where I'm like, head and shoulders, no question, way better than you, other than Kansas City. Kansas City will give. Everybody else, I'm like, if you have me stack up against them, like Broncos against Team X in the AFC, I'm like, really good shot to win
Mediocrity is supreme. I mean, take a look at all the 3-2 teams in the league right now. 3-2 right now.
But they start to separate.
I get it.
And the best teams, the Baltimores of the world, they'll start to put it together, string together wins, and they get better as it goes on. And then you get to them in week 14 and they smoke you.
Even through 5 weeks in years past, you would always get a bundle of teams that were 4-1, 5-0. A bundle of them, like a bunch. That's not the case anymore. That's just not it. Mediocrity is the in thing. Through 5 weeks, you'd get like 10 teams that were either undefeated or 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden, my optimism for the Broncos is there.
Mm-hmm.
I went from thinking, God, maybe they won't have a win until Carolina to maybe they're not going to lose until Carolina. Although I still can't figure out why they are a 3-point dog at home against a 2-2 Chargers team.
I got
Chargers coming off a bye week.
So what?
I got a stat for you about underdogs that we'll get to in just a second.
The Chargers have lost 2 in a row coming into this game. They lost 2 in a row, then went to their bye, and they're a favorite? They're a favorite coming into Mile High? Come on,
They don't believe in the Broncos yet.
Hey, do you know what the Chargers have? I'm telling you, Moj, these 2 teams, here's why they're, you know what, I'll save it. I'll tell you exactly why the Chargers are favored.
Why don't you save your stuff?
I'll tell you exactly why. Again, if you guys missed it, Robert Sala's just been let go in New York. I don't know who the interim's going to be. My guess is going to be Hackett, but we'll see. Lot to get to this morning. Stick around.
Guys, as you get older, your body is going to change. Low testosterone, yeah, that does happen. There's something you can do about it, though, like I did. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Some of you maybe wake up, feel foggy, put on a little extra weight. You wake up tired, maybe even a decrease in libido and some depression. It is fixable, though, so go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take that 10-question, 2-minute test. I did it. I sought treatment. It's great. It works for me, and they're experts at getting you back to you. Nothing to be ashamed of, guys, whatsoever. A lot of guys will wait even a year before they get tested. Don't do that. Fight back right now. It's super easy. Just $99 for the first appointment, and it includes a medical consult, the low T and PSA test, super comprehensive. And if you sign up that day, your appointment is totally free. So don't wait. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. I did it. I'm glad I did, and you will be too.
cadence specifically, Robert said that might be something you guys have to dial back a little bit. Is that something you think could potentially help the situation?
It's one way to do it. The other way is hold them accountable. I mean, we haven't had an issue. We've had one false start. Morgan had one false start, I believe, until this. So, it's been a weapon. We use it every day in practice. We rarely have a false start. And to have, 5 today, it seemed like, 4 or 5. Yeah, it seems like an outlier. I don't know if we need to make mass changes based on, kind of an outlier game.
Hang on. I think I can quote Dave Chappelle in this. I was
just going to do the same thing.
I can quote Dave Chappelle, and this was the inner monologue happening for Aaron Rodgers. He goes, "Yeah, we could change the cadence, or you could shut the bleep up. That's another option of something we could do." Yeah. Like, seriously, he hated that guy.
How many?
Robert
the quarterback
Saleh fired,
wins.
by the way.
Yeah, Robert Saleh fired. We all saw it coming. I mean, at least I did. I'm not surprised by this one bit. But how many quarterbacks in the league have that kind of power? How many quarterbacks have that kind of power? Let's think about that for a second.
Well, it depends on what kind of coach.
Well,
I mean,
Mahomes could.
But
he has no reason to.
He probably
I think there's a lot of loyalty to Andy Reid.
I'm saying
if
they
got
had a
into
problem.
a beef,
right?
They aren't choosing Reid over Mahomes.
I think Josh Allen could get McDermott fired tomorrow.
Probably could.
Josh Allen?
And he very well could do that. Anybody else?
I don't know that Lamar could get Harbaugh fired.
That one's close. Yeah, that one's
That's
close.
probably
No way.
iffy.
No chance. John Harbaugh's been there too long. No chance.
You see, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
Nope.
Tom Brady.
No chance.
But Vic,
Tom Brady basically said my way or the high. I mean, it got to the end.
Yeah.
Hold on. But Vic, if it came down to it,
Nope.
You're telling me if you were the owner of the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson said it's me or it's Harbaugh, you keep Harbaugh?
I'm telling you what's going to happen. Harbaugh's going to win that tug of war.
Deshaun Watson used to. He didn't use
What a fiasco. That's an absolute fiasco.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the list, though. That's it.
That's pretty much it at this point.
Burrow could.
Get Zach Taylor?
Yeah. If he wanted Zach Taylor out, he'd be out.
What about Bo?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, don't look now, but the Bengals are a 1-4 football team. Don't look now. They blew that lead against Baltimore.
But they have a great quarterback. Why did that happen? So 2 things here, Moj. Number 1, you're like, why are the Chargers favored in this game? 2.5 points.
I'm very curious to hear your explanation.
What do the Broncos do really well?
They play defense very, 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 very well.
What they do well is what the Chargers do well.
They're the number 2 scoring defense in the NFL. The number 1 scoring defense in the NFL is
the Chargers.
The Chargers.
Yeah.
And the Chargers have what on the opposite side of the field?
They've got
a better quarterback.
They've got Justin Herbert.
A better quarterback than Bo Nix. That's why. That's what's happening.
Yeah. It's funny. Harbaugh basically does exactly what Peyton is doing now.
Yeah.
Sean Payton.
Except they run the football way better.
Trying to play mistake-free, conservative. Like, if you look at your boy's stats, Herbert's stats through 4 weeks, he's only played 4 games. Take a look at his numbers. They're not eye-popping at all.
No, they're not.
Not a single 200-yard pass.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not what they're doing.
But he's got 5 touches and only 1 pick.
See, but here's the thing. I almost wonder, Vic, like, this can work for the Broncos because you have a rookie, and Sean Payton can kind of say, stay in your lane and do what I ask. I wonder if Herbert's going to get a little frustrated with the not pushing the ball downfield thing and start to go rogue every once in a while. Like, I don't know. But that's the reason for it. Here's the other thing.
Well, if I had a quarterback, what's happening for the Broncos right now is it's working. And I don't know if they can push it downfield even if they wanted to, but it's whatever they're doing offensively right now in terms of Sean Payton's offense, it's working, right? If I had that quarterback, though, if I had the guy who could keep defenses honest over the top, then I would use that weapon. I would utilize it. I would.
According to sources out of New York, the interim coach for the Jets will not be Nathaniel Hackett. Jeff Ulbrich, defensive guy.
Did Hackett get gassed?
I'm just telling you what they're reporting. I don't know who got gassed what. It's not going to be Hackett.
How many people had Robert Saleh as the first coach fired on their bingo card this year?
I saw the pressure mounting. Didn't you?
I didn't think it was bad enough yet for them to get there. But I guess their way of looking at it is, if we're going to do this anyway, then let's just dive in, see if we can create a spark before things get too off the rails.
A buddy of mine just texted me, said, because I watched last night, I watched the Manning cast with Bill Belichick. It was outstanding, by the way. He says the Jets should hire Belichick.
They should.
Well,
they should.
The first question you need to ask is, can Belichick and Aaron Rodgers,
can they coexist?
Yeah.
Can they?
Good luck with that, dude.
Can they do that thing? Do that thing?
I don't know who can do that thing with Aaron Rodgers. Even his own family can't do that thing with Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, Jeff Ulbricht's got that nice gray blanket on his face.
Oh, I remember this guy from Hard Knocks. He was the super intense dude.
Yeah,
That's
he's got that big old gray blanket, that sweater weather.
That's the kind of beard that is like you die for one of those.
It looks fake.
Like, yes,
it looks fake.
It's so good that it looks fake.
My brother
exactly.
has one of those just like that.
Yes.
The gray one.
Yes.
Just a nice big plop of hair.
By the way, Moj, you were talking about the Broncos being an underdog. So this won't apply to them. This is a more extreme example.
So what you gave me is they do the same thing. They've got the number 1 scoring defense versus the number 2 scoring defense, and they got the better quarterback.
Their defense is as good as the Broncos' defense, and they have the better quarterback. Yeah. I think that's the main translation. Now, doesn't mean that the Broncos can't win. In fact, we'll see as the week goes on. Right now, I feel like the Broncos should win. But how's this for a stat? You guys try and explain this one to me. NFL underdogs of 5.5 points or more this year. There has been 24 examples of this. They are 19-4 against the spread.
That makes no sense.
With 13 outright wins.
That makes even less sense.
5.5 points or more of an underdog have won 13 of 24 games this year in the NFL.
That's crazy.
I have no idea what to do with the information, but it's mind-blowing.
Now do college football, which is just as crazy.
Yeah, that I have no idea.
It's just as crazy. The weekend we just witnessed in college football, you talk about heavy underdogs winning?
Yeah.
Crazy. By the way, there might be a reason why Robert Saleh has gotten the axe. Do you know that during his time with the Jets, he has gone through, look at that, 6 different starting quarterbacks?
Was that on him? Wait, was he there when they drafted Zach Wilson? I think he was, right?
No, Wilson wasn't he 2021 or 2022? And I think Saleh was still the 49ers DC.
2021.
So he's been the coach since 2021.
So he's seen Tim Boyle, Trevor Siemian, Joe Flacco, Aaron Rodgers, Mike White, Zach Wilson. And now he's gone.
Yeah, I think that draft was his first year.
Correct. He was a rookie that year.
So they took him. Yeah, that's not ideal. Having Zach Wilson, Mike White, Aaron Rodgers, Joe Flacco, Trevor Siemian, Tim Boyle all-star games for you.
What was the year Let the Games Begin? What year was that? That feels like about 5 years ago.
Oh, that was probably that first season.
Trevor Siemian, Let the Games Begin?
2021 probably.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I think there's a level that you bring on yourself when you do this, man. I don't want to say you make a deal with the devil, but especially in that position, you've relinquished leadership the second that you bring in Aaron Rodgers. If you're JJ Redick is going to coach the Lakers this year,
but he's really
knowing he's not top dog, right?
Of course.
He knows that. So you're making a deal with this guy saying, I am putting my success in your hands now. Whether I'm good or bad at my job is totally dependent on what you do for me this season.
By the way, I was watching some preseason basketball. You guys see Colin Gillespie, former Nugget, just roasting Bronny James in a preseason game? Whew.
Yeah, so was that the first, because I saw that Bronny and LeBron were on the floor at the same time.
No, this is like a second game. They're playing the Suns preseason game. Did you watch any of the Abu Dhabi stuff, Moj?
I did not. No. I was otherwise preoccupied. I'm not concerned about it, though. I couldn't. You lose a couple of preseason games
Yeah,
no
who
big
cares?
deal. I mean,
I wonder how much they pay
guys,
those guys.
some
to go
guys
out
didn't
there.
play. You know,
How much do you
just-
think the league pays them?
I don't know, but I did see them. I did see on social media. I saw them walking into the hotel. Looked pretty nice.
Yeah.
I mean, looked pretty good.
And on the heels of that, there's a movement now to take an NBA preseason game, some game, to Joker's homeland or to that any Balkan country.
Slovenia.
I saw that that Joker and Luka got together and said, "Hey, man, why don't we do a little something, back over here, this part of the world."
Yeah.
So I think if they can put their weight behind it, I think they should do it.
Well, you understand the difference, though. Why they would go to Abu Dhabi and not there?
Well, opulence,
money,
money,
me, Moj, money me.
Yeah, the guys with the all white stuff on.
Yeah.
that walk into a car
Money
dealership
me.
and say 5 of those Ferraris, please. Those guys. That's the reason.
Moj,
why.
do you think?
Well, what do you? I mean, what?
Do you
what
think
did they pay the NBA to get
Moj,
2 preseason games there?
Let me make this very simple. Do you think the NBA had to go play 2 preseason games in Abu Dhabi for the expansion, the marketing nature of the league? Oh, we need a bigger reach. I know. Let's go to Abu Dhabi.
There is quite literally zero reason to play in the UAE. None.
Zero.
Outside of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100% money.
I want to know how much.
I will say this. Russell Westbrook's outfits there, pretty sick, though. If I had an ounce of the confidence that Russell Westbrook had in wearing anything that he wears, oh, my God. I wish I could just bottle it.
Do you think years ago the NBA brain trust got together in New York City and they said, okay, listen, we need to continue to expand and we need to get a reach. I got it. Abu Dhabi, 2 preseason games.
You know what? They should have just done this. All right, next game, going to be in Jeff Bezos' backyard. Okay? That's the next one we're going with.
If they're talking about growing the game, Vic, if you really want to grow the game, and that's important, then you do go to Serbia. You do. You absolutely do.
Well, their argument would be the game's already mature there. They don't need to grow it anymore.
I think they have 100% of their viewership.
I'm just
already.
telling you what they would say. I'm not saying that they shouldn't play there. I would love to see it. Hell, I'd love to see them play
Why
that.
did the NHL go to Sweden? Why does the NHL go to Sweden and Finland?
Money me?
Me money?
Me needing a lot money now.
You don't think that's a factor?
Well, maybe it is. I have no understanding whatsoever
why'd
on how
the
that
NFL,
works.
Why'd the NFL go to Brazil?
Is it because Brazil said, "Hey, Raj, what's up? Yeah, it's Brazil. Hey, yeah, you guys want a bunch of money? Yeah, come on down here, bro."
See, but Brazil is a place that maybe you're expanding the sport to somewhere else.
I mean, yeah.
Football's only played in America. Like hockey and basketball's everywhere.
You remember when the Broncos went to Australia and to Japan? Did you go on any of those trips? You went to the Japan trip, correct?
I did not.
Oh, I thought you did. Have you been to Japan?
Yes, many times.
What do you mean many times?
Arigato.
For what?
Hang on a second.
So you can go dunk on people?
Hang
so
on.
So you can actually go post somebody up or something? What are you talking about
This
here?
is a great question. What will the reaction, this from a texter, what will the reaction of NBA fans be when the Saudi prince or another Saudi billionaire is announced by Adam Silver as an NBA team owner? Would they even allow that?
They're purchasing the in-season tournament.
Well, think about this though. Like, if this is all about NBA ownership, you have these things. They're stocks essentially, right?
It's Abu Dhabi's in the UAE. It's not Saudi Arabia.
Okay, but it's that part of the country.
Okay, so a guy from the UAE's owning.
Yes.
Okay. We've had guys from Russia own teams.
Yeah, what was that guy's name who owned Brooklyn for a minute?
Oh, starts with a P.
Yeah, whatever his name was.
Petrusov. Hold on.
Isaiah Pacheco is what you're looking for. I think.
Petroleum.
Yeah, Steve Petroleum. That's a good one. Yep.
Let me get this. Hold on a second, because it was a big deal when Carmelo wanted to be traded. He got involved and he was screwing with the Knicks and he offered more money. Papaslav.
Mikhail Dmitrovich Prokhorov.
Prokhorov. That's it.
Close.
Yep. Prokhorov. Well, the point is, if you want to, I don't know, I would want to grow the game. If my three-time MVP says, "Hey, let's go to my house,"
hang on a second.
Go to his house.
Somebody says pterodactyl.
Yeah,
Hang on, listen. the whole point is like these sports teams are stocks, right? Like it's fun to own a sports team, and some guys have no interest in ever selling. Like they just like having it. But if you are in the interest of selling, you could get one of these guys from that part of the country that goes full live golf on you and goes, all right, $12 billion for the team, right? Like it's possible.
Sure. Yeah.
And then what are you gonna do? Say no?
I don't know.
No. Counterpoint, $100 billion. How about that? I learned this in 101. Never accept the first offer. Okay.
What happens when one of these Saudi princes buys the team and then decides to make themselves the starting point guard?
You know, there's a story that emerged from European soccer where that happened. The dude's son was on the team. It's a very popular story. Go back and read it. Dude bought a team and put his son in the lineup.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
His son just keeled over at midfield, just...
I don't know if it was a first series team or one of those second-rate teams, but he bought a team and his son was featured.
Oh, there's another story about that. That's the Lakers.
You like getting nailed by the king?
That's pretty good.
I mean,
that's pretty good.
Didn't that just happen?
Yeah, but sort of.
That's
yeah.
a good point. It's happening here.
Yeah.
You know, there was a time for those youngins out there. Ted Turner owned the Atlanta Braves. Ted Turner said, "I'm going to manage the Braves." You remember that, Vic? We were just little kids. And baseball, he got 2 games in, and baseball's like, no. Get your butt out of the dugout. You are not a manager in Major League Baseball. They forced him.
It was 1 game.
Is it 1 game?
1 game.
Okay, 1 game.
They lost.
And they forced him out of the dugout. Said, get out of here. You're not. You can own the team, but you are not putting yourself in the dugout.
He did attempt he called a sack bunt in the game.
I like him better already.
This says managerial tendencies is what it's telling me, and I'm trying to figure this out.
How do you find any tendencies when you've only managed 1 game?
Hey.
What?
Did you see what the Padres did to the Dodgers the other night?
Loved it.
And Dodger fans got all unruly.
Yep. They threw a ball at who'd they throw the ball at? The guy in the outfield.
Now, the Padres
Left
spend
fielder.
a ton of money, too. It's not like the Padres are little sisters of the poor. But the series moves to San Diego, where that scene at that stadium in San Diego looks like a party.
Well, it's tonight is game 2.
How cool would it be if they could somehow win 2 in San Diego and end it for the Dodgers?
That'd be amazing. Please do it.
I'm seeing some tweets and Instagram posts from Jets players where they are...
Are they happy?
They aren't unhappy about this.
Aha.
You know the meme of the guy who's standing outside the funeral? And he goes, had to go to my hater's funeral just to make sure. You ever seen that before?
Mm-mm.
This picture?
No, I've never seen that.
So that's the whole thing behind it. He just... Mekhi Becton, former Jets offensive tackle, just did that.
So I'm guessing he was a very unliked head coach.
I guess.
That's what it feels like. That's what it seems like. So maybe Aaron Rodgers was onto something. And maybe everybody or a lot of guys inside that room go, thanks for doing that, man. Thank you.
The Jets have basically told the world that our quarterback runs the show here. Right? That's the message sent.
Yep. Just quickly here, Moj. Give me a 30-second take on this. From Kevin Weeks. The Rangers offered Shesterkin $88 million at $11 million per for a new contract.
So it's 8 years and 88.
Shesterkin turned it down.
Well, here's he turned it down. Well, he's trying to set the new market is what he's trying to do.
Kevin Weeks said he rejected the highest goalie contract in NHL history.
Yeah, Jeremy Swayman just signed. You saw that, right?
How much?
Over $8 million per year, like 8.2 or 4.
Is he currently the highest paid?
No.
Among goalies.
Bob is, right?
Bob is making 10.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Carey Price, I think, was making 10.5. Somewhere right around in there.
But he said no to $88 million, 11 per.
Okay, good luck. I mean, good luck with that.
Yeah.
If you're Chris Drury and you're the New York Rangers and you offer your goalie 11 per, and he goes, I don't think so, man. Where are you going to get it then, brother?
Yeah.
Where are you going? Will some other team pay him more than 11 per?
Yeah. Abu Dhabi.
Come on, man.
After this. So on Saturday, Ole Miss won their football game, but in the middle of the post-game press conference with Lane Kiffin, they had a TV in the back of the media room, and that TV was on the Alabama and Vanderbilt game. So in the middle of answering questions, you can tell if you watch the video, like Lane Kiffin's not looking at anybody. His eyes are just up. And he's trying to answer these, and then he just straight up starts ignoring people and says this.
How would you assess just sort of the health of your team right now?
How many timeouts does Alabama have? One left.
They had all three a few minutes ago.
They have one left, 118. All right. Sorry, this is like a once-in-a-lifetime thing going on. Better watch. You're not going to see it probably ever again. What was the question?
So he couldn't focus because he just wanted to see the end of the Vanderbilt and Alabama game.
I can't blame him.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. When a team loses like that...
Maybe he shouldn't lose to Kentucky.
Yeah, maybe he shouldn't. But it really did feel once in a lifetime. You always felt like Bama was going to make a play that would win them the football game, but Vandy hung on, and Pavia, that quarterback, was incredible. Here's the thing. A game like that happens, and there's just breaking points within fan bases, right? Like, we just talked to Adam Schefter yesterday, Vic, and he said that he had a buddy of his who's a Jets fan, and his dad is old, like in his 90s, a little bit in poorer health, and he goes, it's the most broken he's ever been over the Jets in his life, and he just wanted to talk to Adam Schefter for like 3 minutes. And he goes, I have to go out and console old men who are Jets fans now. Well, this is what a call-in show sounded like on an Alabama post-game show after the loss to Vanderbilt.
Alabama don't lose to Vandy. We don't lose to Vandy. That is friggin' pathetic, Coach DeBoer. 40 years, dude. 40 years. Bill Curry didn't lose to Vandy. Mike DeBose didn't lose to Vandy. Mike Shula didn't lose to Vandy. 40 years. You've been here 4 weeks and you already lost to Vandy. Strike friggin' one, dude. Strike friggin' one. The honeymoon's not only over, but we need some serious marriage counseling between me and you, dude.
That was actually Paul Feinbaum's show. That caller went on for 5 minutes uninterrupted. Feinbaum just let him go. I have more clips, by the way, I can play from that guy.
I'm going to challenge our callers, and we don't take many calls because we need more passion like that.
Power of the people. How do you get there?
So if you want to call our show.
504-0925. Are you talking about voice of the people?
Well, yeah, the voice of the people.
Voice of the people. Yes, you said power of the people.
Power to the people? I don't know.
You can get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's that little microphone at the bottom. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm there in your corner.
I'm going to challenge our listeners. If you can be as impassioned as that fella about something that someone your team lost to, whatever, give us a ring, but bring it like that.
40 years. Bill Curry didn't lose to Vandy. Mike DeBose.
We had somebody that passionate. Certain NFL draft.
Yeah, that is true.
That was a host, though.
That is true.
That's what I'm saying.
That was a host.
Hey, real quick, in regard to the Alabama.
Yes!
In regard to the Alabama Vanderbilt, so I was with a bunch of people who aren't really sports fans. Okay, not really sports fans.
Okay.
Try to explain to somebody who's not a sports fan
that's
what
tough.
Vanderbilt knocking off Alabama anywhere, anytime, at all, ever, especially with Bama being number one, what that means.
Unless it's a baseball game, you can't.
Seriously, that is an incredibly frustrating thing when something huge is happening and nobody else is like aware of the magnitude of the thing that you're watching, and you have to explain it to them. This actually, my wife wanted to go out and golf one more time before the end of the year, so I took her out.
Whoa. Oh, she's into it now.
She's played like 4 times this year.
Wow.
Yeah, she likes it.
Okay.
So we just went out to Spring Hill, I think is what it's called. It's a little like par 65. I don't know, a lot of par 3s. Makes it easier. It was one of their only par 5s on the course. I'm stuck under this tree. I'm 115 yards out. The branch is like eyeball level. I'm like, how the hell can I do this? I just hood a 5-iron and I put it within 10 feet of the hole, and I just skipped it all the way up.
It's like,
and I played with my wife and another couple, older
they
couple.
don't value the shot.
And nobody said a word. I'm like, nobody knows how great of a shot that was. Not a single person knows how good that was.
How
what I
about
just
when
did.
we called my wife, or my wife called me after Dante nearly holed it. Remember that? And I told her, your son almost had hole in one. She's like, yeah, anyway, she didn't understand
She was angry
the
with you.
magnitude.
She was angry with you.
Yeah, you missed it, by the way. He almost backed one in.
Oh, really?
Dude, lipped.
He did?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
It was so close.
Yeah, see, and that's the same reaction. You get the, and?
No, you don't do that a few times?
No.
I've never had one in my life. And yeah, I mean, listen, and I've played a lot of golf, but you try to explain this win.
How do you describe that? Yeah.
Well, I mean, but you don't understand it. I've never seen it before. So, yeah, but in college football and what this means going forward to the SEC, it means everything. And I mean, no, I just want somebody to talk to.
You know what?
That understands what this means. That's important to me for God knows what reason, but it is.
There are those specific games, though, especially in college football, where tradition reigns supreme, where you can't lose to a certain team. Your entire season, your entire being is based on what you do in that game. Montana versus Montana State.
Right.
You know, if you go to that level, that's a big game. Your entire livelihood is based on that game. Michigan, Ohio State. What was the call? When Harbaugh was great, but he couldn't beat Ohio State until he did.
Right.
Until he did. That's when he arrived. There's always that game in whatever series. Like if you're in Notre Dame, you can't lose to Navy. You can't.
What about USC?
That's one of those measuring sticks.
When the Nuggets swept the Lakers, to somebody who doesn't know anything about basketball, how would you describe that?
It was the greatest accomplishment in Nuggets history. Bigger than
but they don't know anything about the Nuggets.
No.
Like, why is this such a big deal?
And you
Explain it to them.
look, describe it to me. Here's the reaction that I got.
Mosier's an idiot who knows nothing about anything sports. Never heard of basketball in his life.
Here's how I would describe it. I'm a mouse, and a grizzly bear comes upon me, and this grizzly bear has just tormented my family. He's eaten all my family members. But one day, this grizzly bear showed up, and he wanted to eat me. And I pulled out a machete and carved him up. This grizzly bear. That's what the significance was of that series and that win.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way I could describe it to a non-sports fan.
So what?
Again, I'm a mouse. This is a grizzly bear.
I heard you. Yeah.
That's how big it was.
Mm-hmm. So who cares?
Jennifer Aniston has been close to getting married. She finally got married. That's what happened.
Oh.
She finally got married.
So what?
Well, how would you describe it then? If you don't like my description.
No, that's my point. That's my point. That I was reacting to you the way that everybody was reacting to me when I was trying to, or I got this glazed look like of, yeah, and so what? I mean, so what? Vandy, the time has come for revenge of the nerds. Revenge of the nerds. Vandy just beat Bama.
Do you understand that Vandy just beat Bama?
Not only did Bama beat Georgia to take over number one in the country, but Vandy just beat them, and Vandy doesn't beat anybody.
They did it with the quarterback whose face was so big out of its helmet. Did you see his face in the helmet?
He's got Scott Zolak face. Yes.
Can I tell you something about that kid, by the way, Pop?
Remember Scott Zolak?
Yes.
Dude, his face was so wide.
Do you know what Vandy's done the last 2 weeks, by the way?
Sebastian Janikowski face.
Yes.
So they just beat Bama. Do you know what they did the week before that? They took Mizzou into double overtime and lost by a field goal. Now, I know Mizzou got exposed this past weekend, but they were number 7 in the country at that time. They almost had back-to-back top 7 wins.
Dude, good luck predicting college football this year. Good luck.
The Buffaloes, as you've seen, right? The Buffaloes are a 4-point dog to K-State.
This is such a massive game this weekend.
And I feel like for both these teams, or both, I'm talking about the Broncos and the Buffs, they're both home dogs this week. And I would not be surprised if both won.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I wouldn't be surprised if both home dogs won these games.
Yeah, we'll break down a lot more of that game coming up in just a few minutes. 303-504-0925.
But it's on so late on Saturday.
Dude, I'll be in New York City. That game starts at 10:30.
Yeah, you have no chance.
No chance.
You got zero shots.
Zero.
None. Enjoy.
I told you.
I'll be doing my own game that night.
Watch the beginning at a bar somewhere. Watch the beginning at a bar. You got to be amongst people. They'll keep you awake for the first half. Then you can go back to the hotel room and watch the second half.
No, he can't be. He's got to be sober and.
I didn't say he had to like pound drinks. I'm just saying you got to be around people for the first bit of the game.
Why are you going to watch it at a bar then?
Yeah, then
Because a bar would have the game on?
Yeah, the people talk. So much talking.
You're a tourist. Nobody's going to talk to you.
I don't like talking. I want to watch.
303-504-0925. Back after this. Circus Sports available right now. Download the app and check out all the games on the slate for this weekend. We got the Avs coming up tomorrow with their opener against Vegas, but also 4-point dogs at home are the Buffs against Kansas State, and what is their biggest game to date this season. Might be the biggest game of the year, and then you look forward to Sunday as the Broncos play against the Chargers. They are also a home dog. You can find that, all the player props, everything you want on the Circus Sportsbook with the best odds in the game, no question about it. Tight money line splits, low holds, and amazing customer service. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, boys. This is Stubby calling in. Just thought it's so great that you were looking for some passion today, because I was just texting my buddies telling them how just 2 years ago today I was fighting with Vic Lombardi on the radio about trading our entire draft for one Aaron Rodgers. Well, let's flash forward 2 years, boys. Thank God Vic is not our GM, because look where we'd be. Have a great day, guys. Go Avs.
Now that's a good call. Stubby, you're right. I don't recall that conversation. But you're right. If that's what I said and you defended your position, you're exactly right. Aaron Rodgers looks old and haggard and used.
I just was looking at something. So I know that you're the head coach. You are the leader of a program. You are the guy who bears ultimate responsibility. But, Vic, you mentioned that Aaron Rodgers is like LeBron, in that no matter what happens, he is going to be the thing that lasts. He's the cockroach that won't be killed. Yeah. He's going to be the last man standing, whether it's his fault or not. Yeah. So I tried to look at this. I'm like, let's take a look at some fault here. Robert Saleh's responsibility was what? Defense. He's responsible for the defense. And he left the offense, from what I understand, almost unchecked over to Nathaniel Hackett and Aaron Rodgers. In the last 3 weeks, they have given up on defense 3 points, 10 points, and 23 points. That doesn't seem like a defensive problem they're facing right now.
Seems to me if you're going to fire a coach, maybe you fire the offensive coordinator.
It feels like they threw 3 interceptions on Sunday morning in London, and that was a big reason why they lost, right?
That's a pretty big reason. He doesn't like him. It doesn't matter where Saleh comes from in terms of coaching which side of the football. He doesn't like him. He doesn't want him. And from what you've told me, and I have not perused through the social media aspect of it from other Jets players, but from what you've told me or intimated, a lot of guys didn't like him, or a lot of guys are not unhappy about this.
Now, I've seen that these are a few former Jets, so maybe they had an axe to grind on something on top of that, but still. Yeah, pretty crazy news this morning. Robert Saleh fired as the Jets head coach.
Can you guys help me out, too? I thought we were in Oakland for a second. It's going to sound weird. What was the deal with the raccoon at the Broncos game?
Yeah, I saw when I was there. I guess a raccoon was loose. I mean, hey, you have to understand.
Look at that guy.
That dude's braver than I am. Would you ever grab a raccoon by its neck?
No.
Would you ever? I couldn't do that. There's no way. Look at the teeth.
I probably wouldn't, only because they can turn around and bite. But this guy had a pretty good grasp on the back of the raccoon.
Here's what sucks. Raccoons are cute. They're cute little animals, but they're vicious.
You ever had one in your garage eating your dog food, Jack?
No, but I've had them get my garbage cans outside.
Oh yeah, the bear one time she had 2. There we go.
Look at the face of this
guy. Look at Rocky
by the
Raccoon,
way.
man.
Look at the teeth.
It's like a perfect action shot.
It looks awesome. Like, raccoons are, look at the face. It's got a bandit mask on.
Yeah.
We're just going to ignore the troll doll, by the way, that's wearing the spiked shoulder pads that's also helping get the guy out of there?
Yeah,
listen, I'm all for people going all out on game day because I saw it firsthand. But how long do you think it takes that person to get ready for a Broncos game?
A couple hours at least.
Way too long. Like, way too much of an investment.
I mean, that's a big investment. All the makeup, the hair, that's a large investment. And he seems he's having a good time watching Cowboy lasso Raccoon Boy. The raccoon was running around and was going up near the the club section. You have to remember that stadium is not a new stadium. One of the reasons why they're building a new stadium. They're building a new stadium. It's going to happen.
I'm sure it is. But you recall at the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum, the A's had just vacated. Remember the raccoons raccoons were living in the roof of the visiting TV booth? You remember that, Brett?
Yeah.
So where's this guy living?
Give me a tight shot. Go tighter on the raccoon's face because I want to know what the raccoon's thinking right now. I mean, look at that. He's got his hands.
We should have drafted Brock Bowers.
Vic. You know what the raccoon's doing right now? The raccoon's got his hands in the air going, throw the ball downfield.
Hey.
Throw the ball downfield.
Right as the boss walks by, too.
Nice job.
Yeah, be careful. It's that still stuff down there as you shovel that off.
Cubes.
Okay.
Oh, it's just ice cubes. No big deal.
Okay.
Yeah, dude. Listen. I don't know the proper way to really touch a raccoon. Look at the troll.
Would you rather carry the raccoon out by the neck or that guy?
I'd rather carry the raccoon than that guy.
Yeah, that guy's freaky. Hang on, go back down, show my raccoon again. So again, guys, what we're talking about, there's a giant raccoon that was in the stadium, I guess. I don't know how this happened, but it's an amazing photo.
It's a great photo. That's Pulitzer Prize winning right there.
And also, just picture in your head, if there was a person at a Broncos game who would be the one to take a raccoon out of the stadium, just grab him by the scruff of the neck, throw him out of the stadium. Just picture what you think that person would look like.
Yep, you nailed it.
Is it not exactly this guy with the
bearded
cowboy hat?
Bearded cowboy.
100%.
That guy looks like Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Come here, little kitty.
Well, anyway, so I saw he was there early, the raccoon, right? I saw a video and there weren't many people in there. Yeah. And he jumped down off the railing. Remember, he's kind of trying to ride the railing? And he jumps down into the seats, and that poor lady.
Dude, that would hurt if you got bit by those teeth.
It would very much hurt, yeah. Maybe he's got rabies. You never know. He's kind of cute, though, man. I don't know the proper way to wrangle a raccoon, but maybe by the back of the neck, maybe that's the best way so he can't swing around and give you a chomp.
Can I give you guys some audio here? As last night we had Kevin Harlan, who does all the Monday Night Football games for Westwood One, on the radio. He was calling this Chiefs and Saints game. One of the bigger plays of the game was Kalen Saunders, big boy, defensive tackle.
Mahomes in the gun, the 2 in New Orleans. P. Ryan in motion. There's the shotgun snap, the fake handoff, the quick throw at the goal line. It's deflected and it's intercepted on the play by Saunders. He runs the big man, the 10, near sideline 20, on the near sideline 30. Got a blocking from behind. The former Chief is taken down. The Saints big man got it on the ricochet at the goal line on a pass intended for Smith-Schuster. That was a thick pick. That was a thick pick.
I want those to be called thick picks from now on. Can we all make the decision as a show? A big man intercepts the ball. It's a thick pick.
Did you see that dude rumble, though? I was hoping he'd take it the distance.
I know.
324 pounds. They showed video of that player years ago doing backflip, front flip, gymnast-type routines. That's unbelievable.
He's only 6 foot tall. 6 foot, 324.
Big dude.
That is a thick guy. Again, Mahomes was he was almost the last line of defense from the big guy taking it all the way, but he had a couple of guys that got in there right in the nick of time, so Mahomes didn't have to get. I don't know what you do, but I would if that guy's running at me, I promise you, I'm making a Teddy Bridgewater business decision.
Moj,
I promise
this man is 300 plus, 324 listed. There's video of him again as a 300-pound plus man doing a running handspring, forward handspring.
Really? We know the fridge could dunk.
No, but I mean,
Refrigerator
this man
Perry
is
could dunk.
turning his body in the air at that size. At any point in your life, could you do a handspring?
No, not at all.
I don't even know how to approach a hand. I don't even know what the hell to do.
So is that a cartwheel into
That's when you're
a front flip thing?
You're running, and then you put your hands down, and then you in the air. That's what he did. Look at it. It's on the Twitter.
That was a thick pick.
What do you do in the air again?
You flip. Big old body flipping. Yes. That's amazing to me. It's preposterous.
Here's the other thing.
Apparently his sister. Wait, hold on. We got conflicting accounts here. The big man's sister was a dancer for Taylor Swift, and then the next one says his brother is a dancer for Taylor Swift.
Yeah, backup dancer.
Okay, so is it the
sister
brother
or
sister?
brother?
Or is it both? Are they both really good dancers?
Hey, wait a minute. So when was he playing for the Chiefs?
Ooh.
Oh, that was more than a couple years ago. So that wasn't he got to know Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift when they were dating and then said, hey, my brother or sister can dance a little bit.
So last night I'm watching.
No, that's just a coincidence.
I'm watching the Manning cast, and they cut to a shot. Belichick's on, and they're breaking down stuff, and he's getting so serious about football. And they cut to a shot of Taylor Swift in the suite, And Belichick mumbles. He goes, "Oh."
Who would have guessed it?
And then Eli starts laughing. Peyton starts laughing. They can't hold their laughter. They're just smiling.
What do you think? What do you think he would do? What do you think he would do if he was the Chiefs head coach and the Kelsey and Swift thing was going on?
Dude, he has no room to talk. He's dating like a 24-year-old.
No, I'm saying as far as his no distractions thing. Like Tom Brady
He's dating a 24-year-old.
Yeah, but it's what do you mean? It's weird.
You think that's a distraction?
You know what? I would be super distracted if I was on the team and there was a young woman that walked in the locker room that's Belichick's boo. Be like, huh?
Yeah, my conversation would go something like this. If he said something to Travis, hey, Travis, we can't have your girlfriend come around. It's distracting. If I'm Travis Kelce, I'd say, dude, you're dating a 24-year-old.
Yeah, but she's not a famous person.
She's now.
What's her name?
I don't know, but she's got
Bill's
black hair.
24-year-old girlfriend?
She's a brunette. I don't know her name. I saw the picture of him.
Did you see the picture of him wearing the Taylor Swift sweatshirt?
Yes, I saw that.
Illegal, by the way. In my country. In
you're
King Toria?
Yeah, but this is
illegal.
Yeah,
you're in prison for that.
Okay, I want you to explain this. Not for the Taylor Swift sweatshirt. You're in prison because you think that he's too old to be dating her.
You're not allowed.
And you were not allowed to
it's
happen.
not allowed.
You think it's
creepy
icky
as
and
hell.
weird.
That chick was in high school 6 years ago. He's a grandfather. Okay? That can't happen. That can't happen.
You're going
That's illegal.
You're going to get a lot of blowback from people online saying,
illegal.
Let him live his life.
No.
But I'm going to ask you this.
Mick Jagger, you have a baby at 78. Guess what? You're in jail. You never see that kid
I'll ask
born.
both of you guys this. Baby Jamal Kale and daughter Brooke.
No. Don't you dare. I'll kill him. I'll kill him.
So Belichick,
and yes, that is a threat.
Okay, here's the story. My daughter is going to turn 19 in a little over a month.
Yeah, in 5 years, she's dating Belichick.
If she brings home a 72-year-old guy,
Somebody's dying and it's not from old age.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is absolutely correct.
I mean, hey, you're the head coach of the Patriots.
It's my new boyfriend.
No.
Who's
like
he
I
coach
said,
for?
If I ran this world, if I ran the country, okay, he is in prison and he's sharing his jail cell with Mick Jagger and Robert De Niro for having kids at like 80 years old. You can't do that to a kid.
What would Christmas be like at the Kane house?
Death! People would die. I don't know how else to say this to you.
I can see it now.
Oh, God, yeah.
She's like, Dad, it's my new boyfriend, Pete Carroll. Hey, what's up? Nice to meet you.
Oh, no.
How you doing? I don't know what to do. Yeah, I think I would run for the gun, probably. That's what I would have to do.
Like, and I know what the follow-up question is. So what is the proper age?
What's the cutoff? What's the limit? The cutoff?
I know.
Yeah.
You'll know.
Yes, you know.
And by the way, look has a lot to do with it, too. Like, Brad Pitt could get away with dating a 30-year-old. Cool with that. That's fine. He looks a little bit younger. But there's, like...
No. Yeah, no on that.
What do you think DiCaprio? What do you think DiCaprio's going to do?
No, DiCaprio's getting in really creepy territory where he's borderline jail. Like, I'm going to tell him you're on parole right now.
Is he 50 yet?
DiCaprio's close. So DiCaprio, he's 49. He'll turn 50 in November, so in a month. Yeah. And he still wants to date chicks who are 25? No. Nope is the answer to that.
Half your age has got to be a line of demarcation.
Oh, half
right?
your age is 100%. Like, that's no.
Right to jail, right away.
If you can take your age, cut it in half, and the person you're dating is younger than that, nope. Sorry. Done for. You know what? I would be fine with a mandatory 10. 10-year gap.
By the way, while you were gone, I pulled out my AARP card. It expired, Moshe. If your AARP card expires, you're not allowed.
Why do you have an AARP card?
Bonuses.
Vic, if Terry actually wises up and she goes, I'm out of here, and you have to get back in the dating world, your max is about 43. That's what you get. 43 years old, that's going to be your max number.
Never know.
Or minimum number, I guess. That's what I should say.
Never know.
What does never know mean? What does that mean?
Get all gussied up, go to the club.
You wouldn't do that, first of all. Second of all, I'd throw you in prison. Or kill you.
He's our cop.
You choose.
I mean,
That's what
he's
I do.
our guy. He's our guy. He's our judge, jury, and executioner.
I go up to DiCaprio and I say, Two
I
options.
gladly give this to him. I
two
gladly
options.
turn it
What
over.
age? All right, what age? What is the demarcation age to not go to the club? I remember when I was.
How many of these half your age plus 7 things are you guys going to
No,
give me? If
we're
you're
not doing
60
that.
years
Yeah,
old
we're not
and
doing
you're
that.
dating a 37-year-old, you're in jail. Okay.
I got to tell you a story. So I was 30. How old was when Jay Cutler was the quarterback here? How old was I? 35?
Yeah, something like that.
35?
Yeah.
I was 35?
You were me.
Okay. So one night we're doing I did the show with Jay, and he goes, "Hey, a bunch of us getting together. We're going to go downtown. We're going to go out." I go, "Okay, I'll go with you guys, whatever." So they end up going to a club, and I'm not going to name the club downtown. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking around. I'm 35, and I'm like, I got to get the hell out of here. I was like, I felt so old and out of place, so ridiculously out of place, and that's 35 years of age.
Did Lionel go to this one too?
No, that was
different
during
one?
All-Star
Okay.
weekend. We went to the.
Okay, yeah.
Like just for example, if I didn't have baby Jamal Kale, I didn't have my wife. Okay, I'm 34 right now. I'll be 35 in December. And I said, guys, I'm dating this new girl. I'll take her over to. She's gonna golf with us today. And I introduce you to her, and I go, yeah, she's 25. Would you guys not be like, dude, a little bit like kind of weird?
Take it easy.
25.
That's within a
you're
decade.
34.
That's within a decade.
We're getting borderline territory here. Is all I'm saying.
I don't know. Maybe, yeah, but if you said, yeah, she's 19.
21.
No.
Yeah,
no.
her birthday was 2 months ago. She's just legally allowed to drink now.
Yeesh.
Yeah. You would say go to prison.
There are a lot of people.
Or be killed. One of the two.
I'm looking at this text line. There are a lot of people that disagree with you that just like freedom of choice.
I'm
We'll
sure
be
they do.
free. You're free to choose to go to my jail cell then, if I ran the country. So go ahead. You know what else is free to do? You can smoke meth, but you can also go to jail if you do that. How's that sound? 303-504-0925. Back after this.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
Hey,
Very
Moj,
clever,
before
very
we start,
clever, Nelly. Very clever.
Before we start really getting into it tomorrow is the Avs opener against Vegas. We'll talk to Jared Bednar at 8:30 tomorrow. I want to make sure I got this right. Ivan? That's how we say his name?
Ivan.
I think it's Ivan.
Yeah, I think it is.
What's going on there?
It changes. I'll have to call Brendan again.
But what's going on there?
Well, I think he's not on the team right
No.
this second.
No.
Why is his first name the same as his last name?
You're misinformed. If you think I'm inquiring about his talent or
No, Moshe, he is on the team at this second because they've recalled Ivan and Kovalenko.
Okay,
what's
so there you
going
go.
on there?
You'll have to ask his parents. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Hey, Vic, relax.
Bol is no longer playing for the Nuggets.
Yeah.
So what's going on with Ivan?
I don't know, dude. Ivan. Yeah, I don't know the story.
Which one has the best repeated name? Is it Brett? Is it Mark? Is it Vic? Or is it Steve? Which one's the best?
Vic. That sounds like
Vic's pretty good.
That sounds like something an animal makes. What's the sound of the ring-tailed cotton? Cotton.
Right. So
Exactly.
clearly, you don't have the information. You're not our resource.
No, I'm not.
Does anyone out there have the information?
What do you want? What you mean about why?
How does this happen?
Why he has? I don't know, dude.
Well, I'm no longer asking you.
His old man's name is Merrick. His old man was a hockey player too.
So I'm not asking you. I'm asking other people. Maybe somebody else has that information. How do you do that? Is that just like the parents decided, let's get fun?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, somebody said instead of Brett, what about Bert?
That sounds ridiculous too.
So we have that game tomorrow. Again, Jared Bednar is going to be on at 8:30.
And I have some questions. I have some questions for him. I have some distinct questions.
Okay.
For the head coach. I want to know what the story is.
What's the question?
Well, one of them would be, I want to find out more about Cal Ritchie. And I don't know that he would come on out and say, yeah, we're giving him a 9-game test out and so on, because he can play 9 games before they send him back. Or is this, hey, do you expect him to be with the team from now until, the end of time?
Yeah.
I mean, what is there he said there's 3, you said what, 3 paths they can take?
He didn't lay out the 3, but he said there were 3 paths they can take. So one was he's playing for the Avs.
Right.
The other one is he goes back to the O. Okay. And I don't know what the third option would be. His third option that he starts playing with the Avs and then goes back to the O? Is that what he was talking about? Or
I
guess. He plays the 9-game max and then gets dropped back down? Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. But we can ask him again tomorrow. Just to bring this back.
Oh, Connor says, Ivan Ivan's dad did it on purpose.
Oh,
and Vic
clever.
Says, but why?
Yeah,
well, how does Connor know? I mean,
hey, Connor.
Because he thought he wanted to be a smart aleck and.
But why?
I mean, seriously.
Why?
Why would you do that?
So clearly, with his recall and Kovalenko, it's just a paperwork thing, and they're going to practice with the team today, and then hit the airport to head to Vegas.
I want to bring back this audio from the beginning of the show. Sean Payton yesterday. D-Max got this special ability to ask Sean Payton a question to where he gives like a response that is really interesting. And so he was.
This was my question, by the way.
Oh, this was your question.
You didn't say it.
I know, but he said he would ask my question.
Okay.
Do you like a follow-up question that should have been asked Sunday, but you can't ask follow-up questions on game day because they pass the mic around like a. You can't do it.
Like a what?
I don't know.
Doobie?
I don't partake.
Here it was.
Coach, on the Ferris Bueller moment, what does it say that he's not afraid to speak up? Do you like that quality and that characteristic?
Absolutely. All good. It's the heat of the moment. It's the game. It's competitive. He's fiery. And look, we're in the business of passion. We're looking for passion. And we're looking for people who have passion for the game, not other things. And I think that it's so important to him. I loved his response, and we're on to the next play, and just, it's nothing.
I wonder what that
was.
is.
Hold on a second. Did it sound to you like there was a rattling air conditioner in the background? Or is
Whatever.
that just in my own head?
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. I don't know what. We all have things that are just like ticks for us. Vic, you can't ignore the text line sometimes if somebody says something. Mosier will have his squirrel moments where he thinks of something that is a movie reference.
What about you?
I don't know. What do I have? What's my tick?
You're terrible at doing teases.
Okay. That's just an insult. It's not a tick. It's not really a thing that I do. It's more a thing I'm bad at. Okay. I guess that works in this. But the point is, he's got this tick where it's like he can't help himself. Sorry, I just keep thinking about it. What's my thing? You're terrible at this. Oh, that's not really what we were talking about, but fine. What's your problem? You're balding. Oh, okay. But he has this thing that he goes back to where it's just like it's some tick in his head where he can't stop going to the past on some things. You know, and with him, it's all or nothing. Vic, there's been times he's been asked, like, hey, your defense at this point last year gave up 70 points in a football game. They're good now. Why is that? I don't look at the past. The past is not something that we think about. It's a brand new year.
Hump.
It's not my hump. It's not that. And then other times it's like, yeah, well, in New Orleans, we did this and this and this and this worked. And in this case, it's like, I want a quarterback who's passionate about football and not other things. It's like, just say that you hated Russell and you like the situation you have better.
But he's not going to say that. I mean,
But he did say it.
But he's not going to say it.
But he did say it. He just did say it.
Okay, fine, but he's not going to say it like the way you want him to say it.
But what made him even go to the reference is what I'm asking. Like, why did he even think about that part of it?
I have no problem with that answer. Why are you so hung up on that answer?
I'm wondering why he went back to that. That's all I'm wondering.
But he's right. You want a quarterback who's committed, deeply committed. And you know what? He said it early in the season, too, after training camp. He said, young and hungry is dangerous. Young and hungry, committed to the passion of football. And that's the team he has right now, and that's what he wants. He doesn't want players who have vested interest in something else. He wants players who are interested in his system, his game plan, his team. And that's what he's got.
Yeah.
So give him credit for building that culture. It's working.
At the same time, I think it's easy to extrapolate out and say, oh, he's just taking more shots at Russ. He just has to go get him another piece. I think that there's probably some of that's in there. But I think he's just probably trying to lay out to people what his philosophy is, what he likes, what he wants, so they can see it implemented and they can see the culture change inside the team and just maybe see where he's coming from. To me, it seemed like another moment of honesty. Sean Payton will lay out some very honest moments from time to time. I think that was one of them.
Do you think it's this?
Somebody put Vic's head on the raccoon.
Oh, is that Kevin? Yeah, that's Kevin from Illinois. Awesome. He has a Photoshop of Vic's face on top of the raccoon being drug out.
The difference is, if that were me, I'd bite the hell out of that dude right now.
Okay, but do you think it's this? Do you think he made that reference because he actually liked that Bo Nix fought back?
Yeah.
Is that why?
I don't
think he hated it. I don't think he hated it.
I was going to ask him on game day. I was going to ask him. Here's the only issue I have when he referenced Bo Nix as a little Ferris Bueller, and he didn't like him going against the grain when it came to the game plan. Don't you want your quarterback going against the grain? He's on the field. He sees more of the game plan than you do. He's on the field.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a good idea, and I don't think this will happen. But there's a line of demarcation, Vic. You don't want your quarterback blanking the head coach all the time. And I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be happening.
I don't think he does it all the time.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. I obviously, but there would come a time when you say, "Hey, you got to knock that stuff off." Right? I mean, we're a football team. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, do you think he blanked his coach from time to time on the sideline?
I just think that's
the guy who you just got fired.
That's
the lack of hug.
There's a fine line there between coach and quarterback. You draw up the play, you send the play in, but ultimately that quarterback, it's his job. If he sees something else, you got to trust him. You got to trust him to go to that something else. And again, I'm watching the Broncos play this year, and I'm going to ask you, why are the Broncos throwing so many screens and short routes? Do you think that's Bo Nix or Sean Payton?
That is Sean Payton.
Yeah, it's Sean. I mean, that's the scheme that he's drawing up.
I've said it, but Brett, I've said it on numerous occasions. He either can't or they won't let him. I don't know really what the answer is. Although I don't see them into what's that?
I don't know if that's true. Like, I don't think there's a he can't or they won't let him. I think that I think for Bo Nix, he's going out there saying, if I don't make mistakes, we're going to have a good shot to win.
Yeah.
Because my defense is good.
So let's take the check down and let's just manage the game appropriately.
But Moj, if they're down 14 in the fourth quarter, I bet you see some downfield throws.
Okay, well, we haven't. Now, that's an excellent point. Have we seen that yet? I guess we did. We saw it in week 1 against Seattle, right? They were down and they scored a touchdown in the fourth quarter. But, I mean, if they have to play serious comeback, which is why this whole Minshew being so dumb was awesome for the Denver Broncos. Because if they're down 17-3 at that point and the Raiders were rolling, and they were rolling until the pick,
you would have saw a different offense.
Okay, well then I'll tell you what. I don't want to see them down by 2 scores or 2 touchdowns anyway, sometime late in a football game. I'd like to see them win. But I'm very curious to see how they would handle it. I'm very, very curious to see a game where they need to throw their way back into the game. What do they do? And how do they do it?
I know that
all.
People are getting upset, and you're probably sitting in Mile High on Sunday, and you're going, why can't we take some shots downfield? And I think the answer is, why would you change what's working at the moment?
Yeah, I mean,
They've won 3 straight weeks.
If I were the head coach and somebody asked me that question, because I wanted to ask, I said, why are you less inclined to strike downfield? My answer would be simple. I would look at me and say, dude, shut up, first of all. Then I'd say, do you like winning? Do you like the taste of winning?
Mm-hmm.
Did you like that final score today? Did you like that we scored 34 points? That's the most we've scored in our regime. Do you like the fact that we broke the streak finally against the Raiders? Do you like all that? Do you have a good time today? Great.
Yeah.
I mean, he could say whatever he wants if you keep winning, but there will come a time, several times, where you have to throw the ball downfield.
Sure.
And if you don't work on it now, will you be able to do it then?
Yeah, who knows? Maybe not. But for the moment, it's just like I understand the recipe, and I think they've gotten way more committed, and this is what's also helped, I think. They've gotten way more committed to running the football. Javonte, for 2 straight weeks now, has had a good load of carries on the ground.
And you know what? We said after the first 2 games, why don't they run the ball more? Well, they're doing it.
Yeah.
So who are we to complain? They're doing exactly that.
So you combine that, like, that's the recipe. Okay, run the ball, establish a rushing game, short passes, completion percentage, time of possession, move the chains. And honestly, like right now, the strategy is mostly this. Wait for the defense to make a play for you and capitalize on it.
Pretty much.
Like if they that's the one big time credit that we give to them, because we said, okay, what do they do really well? And one of them was, okay, they don't turn the ball over. They don't. But the other thing is this, and I give them full credit for this, especially the last 3 weeks. When they've been gifted good field position, they've capitalized with like touchdown drives. And that means, yeah, maybe it's a pick from Surtain, or maybe it's, Mims had 2 pretty big kick and punt returns last week. Put them around midfield. Like their scoring drives are like 49-yard touchdown drive, 48-yard touchdown drive. You're capitalizing on those. They didn't last year.
Well, they certainly are, right. But I'll warn you, we've seen this script before. We've seen this play out before. Where eventually you're going to have a game where the defense has a tough afternoon.
And you might just lose that game.
And you know what? It looked right, but it looked like they were on their way to a tough afternoon until the pick 6.
Sure.
That's what it looked like anyway, just from purely first half standpoint. And then, okay, what happens from that point on?
But Moj, you've seen this before.
Do they have an offense that's going to be able to outscore the opposition when your defense is not in great form for whatever reason?
You've seen this before, Moj. Give me the hockey team recently. Maybe it was the Rangers a couple years ago. A team where they were totally carried by a goaltender. Offense wasn't great, but if their goalie was on, they were winning.
Well, that's the Winnipeg Jets. Hellebuck carries them a lot.
Correct. Yeah. If you go into a game and you're a Jets fan, you're like, if Hellebuck's not playing well, we lose, right? Like we just don't have. I think the Broncos just might be that. They might be a team where if the defense isn't on, then they lose that week. But they're going to be on more than they're not. And that's what they're kind of banking on. Like, I look at this offense. I don't think there's... I mean, you guys tell me if you disagree. I really don't think this offense is due for a week. Like, by week 14, they're putting up 31 points a game. They just don't have the horses
That's
for
just
it.
not the design.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They don't
just-
have the ability or the talent
That's
that
not
other
this
rosters
operation.
do. Like, eventually, give it a couple years, maybe they stack more talent, they can get there. But you just go, talent on paper, look at it. That's not going to be a team that lights up the scoreboard. Like, they're going to have to win the way they're winning right now.
Did you know that Mount Everest is getting taller every year?
Is that because
Genetics.
that's because India is still continuing to crash into the continent?
There are some.
India continues to. The reason Mount Everest exists is because India crashed into the continent.
Yeah,
and
into
started
Asia.
pushing it up.
Yeah,
into
big-
Asia,
big-
and started
big
pushing
wreck
it up. Yeah,
happened. Big wreck.
Yep.
Started
You guys-
pushing those things.
Please, keep cracking this egg of knowledge all over my head. You guys sound really confident in what you're saying.
Why did you do it?
It is growing an average of 50 to 165 feet. Think about that for a second. The mountains still getting taller, and I'm getting shorter.
Where
By
did
the
that come?
year.
Where did that come from?
I just,
You know what?
life.
Throwing Mount Everest in jail. Can't do that.
Genetics is what it is.
Didn't we have one of these last week, Nelly, where we were talking about something and Vic just said something random afterwards? If you have that at the ready, can we hear that, please? Because you're an expert in this category.
Oh, you mean the one that made drunk takes?
Yeah, give us that one again. Because I'm telling you, you have.
Where were you for the last 5 minutes before you came up with the Everest thing?
I was reading
because
the
we were
article
talking
about why-
football.
I was reading the article. You guys started to bore me, so I started reading why Mount Everest is growing taller every year.
Well, at least you stopped the boring of the show.
I mean, you guys bored me. I think it was about 3.5 minutes of boredom. I don't know what you guys discussed for 3.5 minutes. I completely I just zoned you out.
Get into country and erotic stuff and a little dinghy sitting on the chair for everybody to see out of nowhere. Nobody prepared for it. Nobody was expecting it.
We were talking about legs and butts for a while.
Yeah, you talked about big old legs and big old butts. Crazy.
Rapids clinched a playoff spot. Congrats to the Rapids.
So you know what? My favorite director is Quentin Tarantino, and if you hear him talk about movies, like he had this bit, I think it was on Kimmel, and Kimmel he would block the front of the DVD, and he would just read the back of the DVD case of obscure movies, and Tarantino would nail it. I think Nelly is like the Tarantino of music. He knows a song for anything that we just discussed.
You're so right. You're so right. We talked about the height of Mount Everest, and he came back with what?
Ain't no mountain high enough.
Yeah, I mean, you're good. Nelly, you're good. Those band camps paid off for you, dude.
Thank you.
Can I ask you guys about another coach in the league? So Robert Saleh was fired today because he couldn't get along with his premier star player. There's another coach who's not getting along with his premier star player, and that's Antonio Pierce. And this happened yesterday.
Tony, what's the latest with Devontae? And I know it's kind of been the elephant in the room, but from your perspective as the coach of the organization, where did he kind of go sideways with him?
I don't know. I think I got to ask Devontae that.
What is the latest, though, with that situation?
The status quo.
He was good?
Good. All right. Thank you, guys.
So when he said, where did things go sideways? And he goes, I don't know. You got to ask Devontae on that. I don't like how Antonio Pierce is just like, he's pretending he has no role in this at all. Like, he's just like, I don't know, man. He just woke up one morning and just started hating things.
Well, I mean, the reason he went to the Raiders, essentially, that everything worked out was Derek Carr.
And McDaniels messed that up.
Screwed it up big time.
But this thing kind of went into hyperdrive when he liked the Instagram comment about Devontae Adams not being on the team anymore.
That is correct. I think that's where it escalated because there was no really talk about trade until that moment, correct?
Not to this extent, no.
But we know that he's healthy and he's just waiting to get traded, right? This hamstring thing is just sort of it's a little game that's played.
I'm sure he does have a hamstring issue, but I'm sure he also, if he was happy, would be playing.
Yeah.
I saw the meme. It said Devontae Adams as soon as he's traded, and it's Forrest Gump when he's running in his braces, and then
comes out of the braces.
And then the braces break apart, and he takes off running like crazy.
So between that audio and this, so the Cowboys beat the Steelers on a late touchdown. Jalen Tolbert scored to give them a 2017 lead, which was the final score of the game. Now, there's an offensive lineman for the Cowboys named Tyler Smith. He was dealing with an ailment that I was not aware this was a thing, and I wonder if you guys can explain this. Vic, you're a doctor, right?
Yeah.
Explain this medical ailment that Tyler Smith is talking about with Jalen Tolbert.
Bro, I mean, it was miraculous. I mean, JT literally sprained his nuts. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Sprained his nuts the play before, comes back, makes the game winner. Unbelievable. Extended play. I mean, that's guys playing above the 2.3 dudes, emptying the clip. I mean, it was great stuff.
Yeah, that's
what does that mean?
Colionitis. It's very.
Yeah, no, how does that come about?
But I know exactly what he said. I mean,
colionitis.
But what is it? What is a sprain? Did he
I don't
just
know.
mean he took like a knee?
I don't know how.
What is a sprain?
I don't know.
I told you how many times can I use the terminology? Look it up.
Yeah, how? But how does that happen?
Happens often.
How? Like if I move really quick, when I was drunk in Vail for that beer fest and I wanted to do a race against my buddy and I pulled my hamstring, I know why that happened. Somebody explain how this injury occurs.
Well,
I don't have to walk you through it, my friend. I can give you a case. I can give you a case of colionitis.
No?
Did it happen mid-game?
He said the play before, he literally sprained his bleeping nuts. That's what he said.
So it was on the field.
Yeah.
Because I get threatened with having those sprained on occasion. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure have you ever had that threatened?
No.
By your significant other?
This is why I wear a cup at all times.
Well, let's test that theory.
Yeah, come on over here.
JT literally sprained his nuts.
Huh? In layman's terms, he has a bruise. Okay.
How does he know that, though? Who's just talking?
It's Tyler Smith of the Cowboys.
Okay, so Tyler, did JT tell him, hey, guess what I just did?
Or maybe he walked over. One of those numbers covered him up.
All right, whatever.
See, okay, you guys don't have an answer. I was just wondering.
I'm
Hey,
uncomfortable.
couple things. You guys going to be paying attention to the baseball playoffs tonight?
Padres-Dodgers game is of
You guys catch
interest
that
to me.
game on Sunday? Yes, I'm going to be watching the playoffs tonight.
All right, good.
Yes. And I'm going to watch intently at 7 o'clock tonight as I hope the Padres beat the absolute snot out of the Dodgers.
I hope they beat the brakes
What's
off the
the other
Dodgers, too. Phillies and Mets, both National League games today at
Who do
3:08.
you want there?
I don't know. Neither.
Okay, who
Yeah,
do you want there, Brett?
Take a big old ball and neither on that one, too. If you're forcing me to choose, like, wait, are you talking about out of the National League in general or just that series?
Those two teams, Phillies or Mets?
Phillies.
Any reason why?
I like Harper.
Of course you do.
You would.
You know, you seem like a Bryce Harper kind of guy. Absolutely, you do.
I am a Harper kind of guy.
Yeah, if I could pick any team to go all the way, it would be the Tigers. I would like to see the Tigers.
I want the American League to win, and I want it to be either the Royals or the Tigers. But just if you're making me choose that series, I'll take the Phillies. And now, I got one guy, our PD who's from Philly, who's listening to the show, just gave me a fist pump, and then Raj walked by going double middle birds because he's a Mets fan.
Right.
Can't make anybody happy.
I'm going to go Mets because I love the closer's song. Yeah. I love the theme song.
Dude, that's so overdone.
I like it.
It's a
so
good song.
Old. It's just so old now.
I like it. You can't take that from me.
It's just
you're not taking that from me. I like it. How can you not get into it?
Stupid.
Well, you call it whatever you want. I like it.
Did you guys see, by the way, Machado chucked the baseball at the dugout?
I did see that. Did you see Dave?
Yeah, you can't do that, man.
Okay, did you see Dave Roberts crying about it though?
Yeah.
It's unsettling.
Dude, those teams hate each other. You know, as much as the Dodgers and Giants hated each other for years and still do, the Padres have taken over the hatred game with the Dodgers.
I don't have any hatred for the Padres though.
Well, again,
I mean, even though they're in the Rocks division, I don't hate them.
I get it, but it's not as if the Dodgers are this Padres, poor little Padres. They spend a lot.
Well, when they got the new owners, they did, yeah. Started to spend a lot of money.
I'm just like, I don't know. The Padres, I have a very iffy relationship with because I don't like how they just got the new owner and then, as you guys are talking about, just became the big spenders on the block. And I was kind of happy when it didn't work out for him. And now it's gone back into some sort of sympathy, I guess, where it's like it went so badly that I kind of want them to win. But they still, they bought Machado. They bought Yu Darvish. You know what I mean? Like, they bought a whole bunch of guys in that team.
They spent a lot of money.
I'm not a huge Tatis guy either.
One thing I do like, though, Petco Park is going to be insane tonight. It is going to be lit.
That's a cool stadium, too.
And it's just, it's all they have now, right? They lost the Chargers. It's all they got.
Wait, so did you say who you wanted? You said the Mets because the song?
Yeah.
So overall, though, you guys pick one team. Like, ALCS matchup, I think Royals, Tigers, are we all on board with that?
I like the Kansas City story. They lost 106 games last year, and here they are.
It's a good story. And they're good, like once a decade, they're good. And they won the World Series for crying out loud. How many years ago was that?
15, I think?
Not that long.
No, 2015.
Yeah, so like 9 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is appropriate. This is from Lance. Brett would be a Harper fan. He likes to push kids out of the way to get to foul balls, too.
What do you mean?
I agree with that. That's you.
I would never do that. I don't
That
care
feels
about
like
baseball.
Although, did you see that guy who fought 3 other guys to get Shohei's? What was the ball? Did you see the tussle for that baseball?
I might shove a kid or two if a ball's worth like $100,000. I might.
But there were 4 dudes on the floor of that stadium, and one dude emerged, and he goes up like this, and he holds it up. I go, dude, don't hold that up. Somebody just knock it right out of your fist.
You hang on to that ball.
So hang on a second. I want you guys to understand how much that ball went for.
Did it sell already?
Yes.
Yeah, you got to remember.
$1.8 million is what that ball sold for.
So that dude he fought for 1.8.
I would fight for $1.8 million. I would. And on top of that, so Shohei wanted the ball back. And it's just the old battle, right? It's like, do you give the ball to the guy or do you keep it and you sell it?
Give it back to him for 1.7.
Do you know what Shohei offered the guy in return?
What?
A signed bat and a picture. And the guy was like,
No.
I'm good.
Pass.
Well, apparently
Pass on that.
there's a dispute on who owns the ball.
Well, there's no dispute. If you look at the video, one guy got it.
Well, it says this guy, Max Mattis, 18 years old, filed a civil lawsuit late September claiming he had possession of the ball.
You got out-wrestled, Max.
Another guy, Joseph Davidoff, filed suit claiming he was the rightful owner of the
Tough crap,
ball.
Joseph. I saw the video. You got out muscled. Show some muscle. Box out better.
Texture said, I'd fight a crippled baby for $1.8 million.